tell me, could you get it off? In the aftermath, oh, would you leave it all out on the table now? Before the dust settles down, 'cause right before the sunrise, I could see the fear in your eyes. You thought I'd disappear for good now. You thought you left me dead, 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 dead. You thought that I was slowing down by now, but think again, think again. I thought that I was gone for good now, but I turned around and said, hey, hey, hey. You thought that I was slowing down by now, but think again. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Telling me we're going and we're going head-to-head. I'm coming at you like a bull. I see you through. Fire in my righteous eyes. You can't hide. 'Cause I'm the light illuminating every shadow up. I'm coming for you. I can see it that you're running off. I've been reading the signs. I beat the fear in your mind. You thought I'd disappear for good now. You thought you left me dead, 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 dead. You thought that I was slowing down by now, but think again, think again. I thought that I was gone for good now, but I turned around and said, hey, hey, hey. You thought that I was slowing down.
Hey, yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. How we doing, man? How we doing? How we doing? We're back on some Black Bacon, guys. I did do a first impressions video, actually, today. My very initial first impressions. But I do want to give the game another swing, you know? Give it another go. See if I get a second first impression of the game, you know? But yeah, I want to give it a little bit more time to see what happens. I'm going to reset it to the default control system. It's not great, but we'll work with it and see how we can, you know, see how we can do. Might even actually switch out some of the controls. We'll see. But trying to go with basic attack as left mouse buttons just aids, because when you're in the focused mode, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work, and you're constantly dragging the mouse out of the game as well, which sucks. They need to make it so it's properly full screen. They need to have some customized controls, proper customized controls, and they need to make it so, in my opinion, you've just got a free roam camera, basically. So you don't have to click left click or right click or whatever. You don't have to click anything. Basically, you look left, it looks left, and I think it'll be a lot better. But anyway, we're gonna give it another go. See how it feels. I've been hearing a lot of people actually praising the story, so I feel like I need to let it cook a little bit, because they're like, the prologue was shit. I've got to be honest, you know what I mean? So yeah, I need to give it a go. See what it's saying. Need to give it a go. Yo, Game Helpers, what's going on, dude? Yo, Cheese, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. I didn't even realise this is when I got my affiliate, man. I noticed that when I jumped on Twitch earlier. Can't even log in the game with the goo. Yeah, it's been having issues. I don't know what's going on with it. I'm in the game at the moment. I jumped in earlier, so I've left it on because they've give us 30 pulls because of the login issues. Like, so I just left the game logged in. To be fair, I'm not gonna close it down. It might have issues. We'll see, I guess. But I'm in the game at the moment. Yeah, it's been a rough launch. It's been a rough launch, if I'm honest. It's been a rough launch. So yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do some Zenless Zone Zero as well, because I need to catch up. Because is it when does 1.7 drop? There was the stream for 1.7 was today. Yeah, when does it actually drop now? So I need to do some catching up, man. I've got some stuff to do in Zenless Zone Zero as well. So yeah, that's the plan today. Gonna check out a couple of videos as well, of course, because you know we like to yap. We like to yap. How's the audio as well? Coming through okay, yeah? Hola, amigo. Hola, hola, hola. Alright, let's get started, man. We ain't gonna mess around tonight. Login issue still not fixed. Yeah. I'll say when I jumped on earlier, it said that some people's having issues and they've got to get in touch with Google because it's an API issue. But yeah, sucks. But I got 33 pulls out of you, so I ain't mad about that. My game's logged in at the minute, like, so I'm just gonna stay logged in, I guess. Yeah, it's a shame because the game's only available on the Google Play beta as well, which absolutely fucking blows, man. You know, absolutely blows. Hopefully we get a PC client soon, you know. Audio's good. Sweet. Alright, so yeah, there was no daytime stream today, obviously, because I had to take Rosie to the hospital to go and have that, like, what do you call it, routine surgery, minor surgery, to have a mole removed. So I had that done, obviously everyone's fine, because it was literally just cut it out kind of thing. And she got 10 stitches, though. They're not dissolvable ones as well, which is unusual. And she's got to have those removed in 10 days as well, so... Yeah, she's just chilling now upstairs. And FYI, I did get 2 videos up today as well, guys. Gotta get that plug in there. We've got 2 videos up today as well. And yeah, we're at it. So, over the weekend, I don't know, I don't want to say what time we're going to be live because I've got some stuff to do in the garden, basically. I've got to skip on the front garden at the moment, on the drive, should I say. And, because we've got like a little summer house there in the garden, and it's just full of crap, and I want to get rid of it, because I've got like a bike in there, some gym equipment, and I want to put the treadmill down there as well, and kind of just have it as like a home cardio spot, I guess, really. Yeah, I'm gonna do a bit of that tomorrow, get some of the crap out. So I won't say what I'm gonna be live, but I won't say when. I'll probably do that in the day if I'm honest. So it'll probably be another evening stream, and then obviously next week we'll be back to it as normal, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know. But yo, guys, as well, if you haven't already, drop a like on the stream. It's much appreciated. So I was just taking my socks off. It's not that you needed to know. Just in case you thought, what the fuck's he doing under the desk, man? I'm taking my socks off. What are we doing anyway, though, guys? We good? You guys having a good Friday? I keep forgetting it's Friday, man, because obviously taking Rose there today. Feels like a weekend because you didn't go to work and I didn't go to the gym. Because you know me, like, my weekdays are kind of like set up by the gym. So I know when it's Monday because it's chest day, you know. I know it's Friday because it's arm day, but because I didn't get to the gym, it's like, what day is it? So yeah, that's the spot I'm at in my life at the moment, man. My calendar is based off my gym sessions, which is I don't know if that's a good thing or that's really, really sad. I don't know which way to lean with it, man, to be fair. But yeah, whatever, you know, whatever, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, I want to check out a couple of videos. There's one of your Arknoise players are losing their accounts, which I don't know what that's all about. Well, obviously it's about people losing their accounts, but I don't know why. I don't know how you could mess up the binding. It was simple. You literally just went on the website and bound it, like via the email that you got on the game. It was pretty easy. So I don't know how people mess that up. So I don't know if it's another case of EN can't read, but we'll have a look at that as well from Cookie Kazi. And then I want to look at this Wuthering Wave censorship just to expose something crazy. I think the Woomer space is going mental again because they took a scene out of Cantarella's tights, like pantyhose, as you guys from NA would say. Basically, I think there was like a seam up the gusset, the crotch, the groin area of a tights, and I think like with the seam, it was casting a shadow and it made it look like camel toe. So I think they took it out, and people are freaking out because they're like, "Yo, they got rid of the camel toe, man. This is censorship." Because I don't know. I guess people were spending a long time trying to look up Cantarella's skirt, which, hey, kind of base, but still a little bit weird that people are freaking out, saying, "Oh, it's ruined the game for them." It's like ruined the game for you because you thought she had a camel toe, but she didn't. But now it's gone, and now you're freaking out. It's kind of a bit weird. But yeah, we'll have a look at that as well. Yo, T, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. How's it going, Squire? Audio's good though, yeah. They changed Fleur de Lis too. They gave a grandma. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that Fleur de Lis actually changed. Yeah. I haven't looked though. But yeah, people were freaking out about the Cantarella thing, which is kind of funny. I want my camel toe back. Give me the camel toe. You gotta love the gacha space sometimes. Yo, what's going on anyway? Ken, welcome to the stream. But how are we doing, guys? We having a good Friday, are we? We having a good Friday. It's, yeah, like I say, once again, I take Rosie, obviously, but that little minor surgery today all went well, of course. She was in there 15 minutes max, maybe. Obviously, because it was just being such a minor surgery, literally done in outpatients. Like she just goes into a little surgery room to do it, and then she's done. Yeah. All went well. She got her stitches out in 10 days. I should have asked her actually, because I don't think she asked, because usually they like you just have dissolvable stitches now for majority of stuff, don't you? So I don't know. But she's got to have them out in 10 days. So yeah, that's why we weren't live today. And yeah, normal schedule. We'll be back next week, basically. This weekend's probably going to be a bit sporadic as well, so I won't say what time, but next week, normal schedule. We're going to do some reaction to some lore stuff for Arc Nights as well. Obviously, we're going to be playing Arc Nights as well. We're going to be playing Zenless, of course. And we are going to be doing Drip Nights. I don't know if it's for everybody, but I kind of have fun doing Drip Nights, guys. I do. I really do. So, yeah, we're going to do that. The grandma underwear, Free Cantarella, Goombrains, a lot of them. Congrats on the surges, thank you, Sky. But welcome to the stream as well. Always good when surges work without a hitch. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Like I say, it's just literally just a minor one. Because she just had a mole removed, basically. Because you know, I think I get paranoid sometimes. So I was like, you know, you should just go and get that sort of stuff checked. Cause I think people who have moles, if you do have moles, you should always, you know, get them checked. Because I think they use AI now as well, don't they, to track them. They're more accurate, apparently. But yeah, last time she went, they took pictures and then was like, this one's changed. We don't like the look of this. And they decided then it was just like, right, best thing to do, we'll just get it out, you know? Worst comes to worst, if there is something there that's not great, it's gone then, and it's not a problem. But when she went to see the surgeon who was going to take it out, she was like, I'm like 90+% sure that there's nothing wrong with that at all. But we'll just take it out anyway. So yeah, I think 10 stitches, I think she got, which I was surprised. I thought that's quite a lot, really, for a mole, really. But I think like the way they do it, just to make sure, just in case, like it hasn't been tested yet, it's got to be tested now for biopsy. But I think just in case, they take a bit of excess skin around it, don't they? So if it is a little bit worrisome, it's like all the skin's gone around it then, isn't it? So it's like, right, it's gone, so there's nothing to worry about now. So yeah, it's good. I think she's just happy now, because I think she was stressing about it for a while, you know? She was getting really anxious about it, so at least it's done and out the way now. Well, yo, should we get into checking out some videos then? Let's have a look at this Arc Nights players are losing their accounts video. And then, yeah, man, we'll just go with it. We'll play some Black Beacon, and we'll play some Zenless Zone Zero. I'm going to give it another swing, okay? I was a little bit negative about it, but I believe in second chances. And obviously the story, I've heard people giving it really positive stuff, so I think, you know what? Let's see what it's about then, man. I didn't like the prologue. Sucked balls. If I've got to be honest, it sucked balls badly. The gameplay itself, though, is fine. It's just a control scheme and being on the Google Play beta emulator. But yeah, let's give the story a second whack, I guess. And yeah, all right, let's get into it. Then check out some videos as well. Let's fucking do it, man. Let's fucking do it, chat. Let's fucking do it. I need to make it so you guys can see what's going on, because we're on the third monitor there, and that's no good. There we are. There we are. I was naughty as well today, guys. You know what? I had a donut from Tim Hortons today, yeah. I had a donut from Tim Hortons, and it had 69 grams of carbs. That's more than my daily allowance of carbs recently. I was like, oh my God. I still had it, though. I still had it, though. So today's just kind of out the window. But still, I've been killing it recently. I've been doing really well. Like, I've been averaging, like, you know, anywhere from between 20 to 50 grams of carbs a day, which is like really good, to be fair. High protein, calorie deficit, training hard as well. Lots of cardio. Well, 3 days a week cardio, smashing the gym, feeling strong as well. Actually, I've been like, kind of like, I'm not on 100% carnivore diet at the moment, but like probably about 95% of my diet at the minute. It's like full on carnivore, eggs, you know, beef, chicken, steak, pretty much what it is, sausages here and there, stuff like that, like, you know what I mean? Protein shakes, all that sort of stuff. And I you know what? I was never sold when people was like, trust me, when you go on the carnivore diet, like, they were like, oh, dude, you feel so great on it. I was like, I don't know about that. Not gonna lie, I do feel really good, like, last few days. I've been feeling great, like, a little bit tired today, but I think I've just had a bit of an adrenaline crash as well. After, like, because obviously I was a little bit worried about Rosie as well, you know, even though it's a minor surgery, it's stressful, isn't it? Somebody you love. So, like, I think that's all it is with me today. But yeah, man, I've been feeling good, man. Training hard, doing, like, when I've been going to the gym, like, I'll go every morning, but when I've been going to the evening, I've been doing a good hour of cardio, like 20 odd minutes on the elliptical, heavy, hard, 20 20 minutes on the bike as well, hitting it, and then I do like 20 minutes of about not like super extreme on the treadmill. I'm only doing like what I'd say a brisk walk, you know, just below a jog kind of thing for about 20 minutes as well. It's an incline, so nothing insane. But yeah, it's been good, man. It's been good. It's hard to cut carbs. It really is nowadays, especially with all the processed crap, you know. It really is. And do you know what I've found out as well? That man, even like carbs that I'm not really interested in, like when I can smell them cooking at the minute, it's like, oh my god, that smells so good. Really bad, man. So yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. I actually decided as well, because I've cut out all of like soda, fizzy pop recently, but today I actually got some Coke Zero. So it's only got like one calorie for every 100 ml, 0 carbs. What else? It's pretty much really the only thing I think he's got like a little bit of salt, hasn't he? But yeah, so it's all good. Also, last AK stream, you're going to watch how X Ashes combo Chinese may have influenced Enfield combo skills. Yeah, we need to get round to that as well. We do need to get round to that. I don't know if we'll do it today because it's like 8 o'clock now, and I do want to get some Black Beacon. I do want to get some Zenless in as well, man. I'm like so far behind in so yeah, it is. It really is. I think that's one thing that people don't realise, do they? In regard to like either struggling to lose weight or just gaining weight, is that, you know, like you say, sodas, pop, what you call it in the UK, is that, you know, you can easily, you know, you could drink a litre of Coke in a day, easily, can't you, really? And you don't even think about it. That's a shit ton of calories and a shit ton of carbs as well. And yeah, you doing that throughout the day and then eating your normal daily food, and then you've only got to have like maybe, you know, it's a weekend or whatever, or you like a beer, a couple of beers, there's another 600-700 calories. Next thing you know, you're 1,000+ calories over your what you've burnt, and you know, couple of months of doing that and you've started piling on weight, and it's really easily done. So yeah, I think the thing that's kicked me into it though now again is because I did really well last year. I got quite lean, and then I just let it slack over the last 4 or 5 months. Because I'm going on holiday like in like about 7 weeks, I'm like, man, I've got to at least look somewhat human for my holiday. Otherwise I'm going to be wanting to walk around in a t-shirt. And I can't be doing that, man. Not in Greece when it's baking hot, you know? Yo, Reldon, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Sodas and deep fried food was my achievement. Yes, you know what it is for me? It's Coke. I like a nice glass of Coke, I do. And there's been days, plenty of it, where like, not these ones, because this is and obviously this is 0 sugar, so this is okay. This is a 2 litre bottle. I think it's 1.5 litre bottles of Coke. I can bash off 2 of those in a day, no sweat. Not even thinking about it, you know what I mean? Easy. It's not even a challenge. And then I'll do that throughout the day. I'd eat my normal food, which my normal actual meals are usually quite good. I eat good amounts of like non-processed meat and vegetables and all that sort of stuff. My actual standard meal diet's fine. It's snacks, man, you know, come the evening, like quite often, especially last year, towards the end of the year, running up to Christmas, it'd be like, oh, let's go get a bottle of beer. Well, actually, let's get 2 bottles of beer. Next thing you know, 3 bottles of beer. And then I'd have a pack of pork crunch. They're 500 calories. Sometimes a bag of nuts I was getting, I didn't even realise until I was in Tesco the other week. Some of those bags of nuts that I was getting was like 1,000 calories for the full bag, and I'd clear the full bag off, eat pork crunch, have some cheese with the pork crunch, drink 3 beers, drink Coca-Cola. That was probably more than my daily calorie intake on its own, separate from all the other stuff as well. And, you know, not moving around very much, you can catch up on you quick. We revised swords. I got the 5-star sword and guns now. What would be the best use of the standard pulls? I don't know, man. Unless you, unless you want to get some copies for synchronization, maybe. You know what? That's one thing I messed up on the standard pulls for a while. I was banging them into just a standard banner, which was a waste. So I still haven't even got all the standard weapons, if I'm honest. So when it comes to that, I'm not the best person for advice because I didn't take my own. Also, for Coke, ever tried chocolate Coke? Nah, I ain't tried that. Nah. The only Coke I've ever really drunk, cherry Coke, lemon Coke, I think lime Coke, or lemon and lime Coke, obviously standard Coke, vanilla Coke. I think that's it, actually. I think that's Cokes I've tried. I've had, actually, what was the stuff that we used to get from Burger King? It wasn't cherry Coke. It was something else. Oh man, what was that name? That was really nice. I forgot what it was though. I forgot what it was. I would avoid fast food, junk burger chains like McDonald's and Kids Fries and soda. Yeah. I don't really eat takeaway food that often. Well, I say it's a lie because I had Perico's tonight. That's like a chicken place. Like just chicken wings, which is still, but at least it's a protein meal, I suppose, with the stuff to put on. It's probably not the healthiest, but I haven't had a McDonald's for a while now. I'm not a big fan of like places like Mackey's and that. I just I don't really deal with it. The type of takeaways I have is like a Chinese, which is still obviously really, really calorific. But yeah, I'm not really into burger joint fast food places, if I'm honest. It's not my thing, not my voice. My biggest voice is Coca-Cola and enjoying a lager, enjoying a lager. Like I've never been a heavy drinker throughout my life. I only like the last 3 years are probably the most I've ever drank in my entire life. Like through my 20s, I barely drank at all. Like I could go months without having a beer, where most people's up drinking at the weekend. I just wouldn't. Like I like to smoke a bit of weed. I did. But yeah, the last couple of years since the pandemic, I've drank a bit more. And I like a lager, which I never get drunk, but like I'll have 1 or 2 bottles, maybe 3. But like they're like 300 calories and just full of fucking. They just bloat you, don't they? So like 3 bottles in a row, you're talking 1,000 calories right off the bat. Cherry Coke was nice, but my go-to was lemon. Yeah, Rosie likes lemon. She got a different. I don't know if it was orange Coke actually. Might have been orange Coke or something. She had a different one the other week that I'd never seen before. Honestly, Alfie, why you stay away by yourself? Shit gives you heartburn. Yes, that's one thing I suffer with actually. Easy. That's what I've been trying to do. Sodas in general give me heartburn, and when I have beer, it gives me heartburn as well. To be fair.
Cheer 100, cheer 100. Kieran's
Yo.
889 cheered 200 bits.
Kieran, coming in with the 200 biddies. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate you. Welcome to the stream as well, buddy. It's good to see you. I saw. Have you been watching Arknights? Have you, bro? The anime. Honestly, Alfie, why you stay away from it? Yeah. Heartburn sucks, man, as well. Especially when you wake up in the night and you're like, oh my god, it's rough, man. It's rough. All right, then. Should we watch this video then? How do you know? Oh, I've got a little birdies now. It's showing in Discord. It's showing in Discord. I clocked it up in the top corner. I was like, hey, let's go. Kieran's based. He's watching Arknights. Let's go. Yo, Jamie, what's going on, bro? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, man, heartburn sucks, man. Heartburn does. All right, let's watch this video then from Cookie, shall we? Arknights players are losing their accounts. I'm interested to see how. Is this a boo-boo on YoStar's end? Because obviously this binding that they did, the account binding, was pretty easy. I don't know how people had issues on their end, so it's got to be on their end, on YoStar's end, right? Unless it's just another case of Ian not being able to read, I guess. But let's have a look then, shall we, guys? If you haven't, you guys know Cookie anyway, so yeah, check him out if you don't. Let's watch this video.
YoStar has absolutely done goof. People are losing their Arknights account, and that means Arknights end of service. No one gets to play Arknights anymore. You have all the people who's bashing other people, telling them it's your fault. You didn't bind your account in the past 4 or 5 months. But what if
like if your account's not bound now, you haven't lost it, have you? Doesn't it just give you the opportunity to bind the account now when you get on next time, right? Or is that it? If it's not bound, it's gone. Because if that's the case, that's kind of harsh. I would think it would just force you to bind your account next time you play the game if you haven't done it right. But it just wouldn't let you log in.
Haven't played Arknights for 1 year? What if they haven't played for 2 years and they're coming back to the game and they didn't get...
It's a case of players being illiterate. It makes sense, and yeah, that's kind of what I thought was good. It's mad, yeah. It's like I knew that was going to be the case. You can still bind it, you just can't log in. Yeah, I was going to say, I started thinking, like, yeah, it's usually the way games do it. It's like, you haven't lost your account. It's just like, until you do this, you can't use it kind of thing, like. He goes into what you have to do. I think they don't log you out, so you've got a chance. Oh, okay. Right, okay. Yeah, because, like, I banned my account, like, probably about a week before it happened. And I didn't even have to log back in or anything like that. When I booted Arknights back up again, it just straight in. It was like, yo, welcome back, Pixel. Like, it was just done.
To bind their account in time.
All right, it's like, it's not like it's new. It's not like it just crept up on us. Is it easy?
Recover your account, get all your data and precious units back into your hands. Share this video to those who have lost their account as well, so that you can help them out. Then we'll also discuss as to whether this new user system is better or worse than the previous login system.
I did see the other day, which I think is probably not great for people, streamers at least, who do like account reviews and stuff. Because I think it was on Cookie Stream and somebody else's stream actually. They were showing off other people's streams. And I think because of the other account, sorry, I think because of the new YoStar system, as soon as you log in on someone, I think it binds their account to your account or something like that. So you can end up with like multiple Arknights accounts bound. I think anyway. I'm sure it was Cookie Stream that I saw that in actually.
Some things that I think YoStar needs to look to, so let's talk about it.
I was
First
kind of
things
half
first,
watching,
if
if I'm
you are very
honest.
sure that you've already bound your account to a YoStar account, all you need to do now is to log into Arknights and
See, I
when
didn't
you
even
log
have to
in
do
with
this.
that particular email address, you'll be prompted with a new screen after the 8th of April of 2025, which asks for a nickname. This is going to be your new YoStar nickname. It's not going to be fixed. You can change it anytime. Just put the name in, you'll enter your account, and you'll be good to go. Your Arknights is back to normal. If you're not sure that you've bound your account before, then follow this next step. Go to account.yo-star.com. Very
Yeah.
complicated, but
This is because like I just went on the Twitter and did it from the Twitter like.
anyways, go there, you'll see this login page. Key in the email that you think you've used to create a YoStar account, then get the 6-digit code, go to your email, copy it, paste
Yeah.
it there, and enter. Whether or not you've created a YoStar account before, you would still need to make a username, so go ahead and do so. Now,
I
if you
do
don't-
like that system. Like, I always feel like it's not so secure, but I do like the system of just straight up having a code sent to your email. You know, it's just if your email gets compromised anyway, you're kind of fucked anyway. But you know, I don't know. It is nice and simple though.
see your Arknights account being
You have to
bound
remove
into this particular
devices using your account
it basically
manually.
means that you just created a brand new YoStar account and you need to do the binding. So in order to do so, simply just click on the bind of the Arknights account that you see there. Then it will request from your previous Arknights account email. So again, key in that account that you use.
Yeah, super
plus
simple.
the
Like,
6-digit code.
I don't know how people have to have these explanations. It's kind of wild to me because like this was like as simple as it gets, right? You know, this is ABC shit, right? It's like 1, 2, 3. It's I don't know how people like have so much difficulty. Like I think it was I can't remember which game it was now. Wuthering Waves had some issues like that, but like the problems I saw people happen, it was just like, man, did you like close your eyes when you were clicking the buttons and the stuff was explaining in front of you? Was you just closing your eyes kind of thing? It's wild to me.
If you use
I
some
don't know
other
how people
login
struggle
method
with
like
this.
Gmail or Facebook, you can also try to do so over there. Then once you're able to do so, it will ask whether you want to bind this Arknights account into YoStar, and you do so, and simply put, you can now log back into your phone or emulator, key in that YoStar account detail, and your account is back into your own hands. If you do see an account already bound into this one, check on a few things. Number one, is this the same user ID that you had in your previous Arknights account? If it is the same,
Oh,
it
is
means
that what
you've already
people are
bound to
doing?
YoStar before, just log
I bet
back in from
that's
your
what a lot of people have been doing. Yeah, they've been binding the wrong account to their YoStar account. Yeah.
phone and emulator, and you're back to normal. If you don't recognize this name, and it's likely because you just created a brand new Arknights account, since you basically entered the email, then it threw you into a tutorial, then you need to take some extra steps. Within this page, go to the update email section. This will request for another 6-digit code from the email that you're currently using. So go ahead and get the 6-digit code. Then after place it in, and
I suppose the thing is that at least you can bind multiple. So I get you can't unbind that one, but you could always unbind your other account. I mean, bind your other account, yeah, if you had the issue, right? I would think anyway.
ask what email you'd like to change to. Choose another email that you have. It can be a completely different email address, or simply put a +1, +2, any kind of number that you want, plus something behind. This will change the email of this YoStar account. Once you updated that email, exit this account. Then create another new YoStar account with your original email. So
Yeah,
go ahead
yeah.
and type in the email that you want, send the code, so you've just registered for a new YoStar account, and again you can see that there is no Arknights account being bound. Go ahead, go and bind your previous Arknights account into this one, and there you go. You can get your Arknights account back, and all of you should have been able to recover your Arknights account by now. If by the end of this you still struggle to get back your user account, then what I would ask of you to do is to contact YoStar customer support. This entire process is a mega hassle for us users. What seems to have happened is that YoStar is changing their database of accounts from one database to another.
I think the best thing they could try and do when they do stuff like this is do it all on their end as much as possible. Like, you know what I mean? Because obviously, I get it. You know, things happen, don't they? Sometimes I think we've all made a schoolboy error on on an account at some point, right, where we've either locked ourselves out of an account for some reason, or when we've switched something over, we've fucked something up and we've attached the wrong email to something, and it's caused us issues. I think we've all been there, to be fair. So I suppose I'm being a bit harsh.
But rather than to do it themselves within the back end, they're expecting users to do the migration process themselves, which I don't quite understand why. It's honestly quite a bad showing from your
Yo, Jerry, what's going on, dude? I know what he's money, man.
This is what they've gone for. This
and
is
our
what we have
time
to bear
zones
with.
suck, right?
Let's talk about the good things that came out from this update. Number one, you can now have multiple accounts into one device. Previously, you can only have one account per device. If you were to log out and you log into a different account, then you have to re-request for a new code or type in the password again. But now, let's say you have a main account, a few alternate accounts, or you're helping your friend to farm their materials just because they're busy. You can basically save all these accounts into your own phone or emulator, and in the future, you don't have to re-request for the code. Just log into their account and you're basically in. If there are multiple devices using the same account at once, then the one that has logged in the most recent will be the one that takes over. So if it just so happens that your friend's playing on your account and then you are playing the account after, that progress will be lost. Your account progress will follow later on. But this is a good change for those of you managing.
Even though this is not really connected to that, what he's talking about here, you know how like people do send their account details in, however they do it, however the system works for whatever game, to do like account reviews and stuff. Would you guys ever do that? Question to you guys in the chat. I would never do that. Not because I wouldn't trust the streamer, just because in case something happened, it caused an issue. You know what I mean? Or like there was a system like this where the last account was the one that and they accidentally logged back into your account, not realizing and fuck something up in your account or something like that. Like when I see people doing that on streams and sending streamers the deets to log into their account and stuff, whether it's Wuthering Waves or whatever game it is, and they're doing account reviews, I'm just like, bro, I couldn't do that, man. There's no way I could do that. I don't care how big the YouTuber is, how trustworthy they are. I wouldn't do it for the King of England. You know what I mean? I don't know how people do it, man. And I'm like, I think it was Saint before. I saw him doing it, and I was just like, I think he was doing it via Discord. People sending their details. I'm just like, man, those people have got insane levels of trust. That is just could never be me. Could never be me, man.
Multiple accounts. You can also still log in via other means. If you're using Facebook,
I have trust issues.
Gmail,
I can't even trust my own brother on my phone. For real, right?
After you've created a YoStar account. Again, this is extra step because you've probably already done it before this whole migration thing. But if you want to rebind it and log in using those accounts or use them as backup, you can actually do so. So go ahead and add your Facebook and Gmail in. There is also this thing called recovery email, where if you do forget how to access your main email, you can try to request your recovery email to take the 6-digit code in the future. So if you think you'll run into that situation, do add in the recovery email.
I actually haven't done that. I should do that, to be fair.
You don't have to bother with it. As mentioned, if you want to change
that's one thing that
nickname,
still hasn't added yet, has it, as well? 2FA. I don't know why that they still haven't done that. Like, I hate it when games that have ability to spend on as well just don't have that backup or that 2FA there. It feels a bit uncomfortable sometimes.
Actually do so. There is also a in-game customer support system. So that page will contain common questions about the current event and also some of the past questions as well. Some of the questions don't look very updated, so I really don't know how is this supposed to be that useful. I think YoStar will do their job to make it much better of a chatbot. But if you want to contact them directly, you can also contact them right over there with that contact customer service, and it will link you to the various sites in order to talk to them. Then there is also manage devices. So this is a brand new feature. What this does is that if you want to boot certain devices out from your account, you can actually do so by just clicking on that delete button, and that particular device, so whatever phone and emulator that you know using your...
That's cool then. So like, I suppose if people are doing account review stuff, they can kick the streamer the streamer's device off their account then, like, yeah, that's kind of cool.
Can be removed. If let's say you happen to have a friend that's using your account and you kind of don't want to use them anymore, you can just throw them out and then don't offer them the 6-digit code later. So that's a good little safeguard next time around. Overall, these are okay changes, but still the migration is a mega headache. They really didn't need it. Let's talk about the bad things that happen from this one though. Number one, the delete account button. You can see over there, it's glaring at you. So previously, if you want to delete an account, when you click on delete and you confirm it, it requires a 6...
Please don't tell me it literally is just like a one-time click thing. If that's the case, that is insane. Like, it can't be right. It's got to be like a you sure kind of thing. And even then, that's a little bit problematic sometimes. You might just like, you might be just spamming through stuff, not paying attention fully. But like, please don't tell me it's just like literally a one tap thing. It can't be. Having a code like that is the way to go, just to make sure, just that extra step. Are you sure about this? We're gonna pop off a code to you. Just make sure or put in this code kind of thing.
6-digit code from your email in order to confirm the deletion. But now, you don't need the 6-digit code to delete your account. If you click on that and you click confirm, the account would be deleted.
Yeah,
but
that's
with a safeguard delay.
That's
so
not
if
great.
you were to log into your account back again 2 weeks from the deletion, you
Okay,
can
so you got a
still
little
get
grace
your
period.
account back
Okay.
and it wouldn't be counted
kind of like
as
Instagram,
deleted.
like, yeah.
So this is good if in the case of you and your friend, you guys fought over your account or something, and then your friend said, "I'll delete
Bro,
your
maliciously
account."
delete your
You can
account.
still log back in within 2 days. If he tries to boot out your phone from the delete devices button, don't worry, you can still log back in normally. Again, Yostar account, 6-digit code, you can come back into your account and it wouldn't be deleted. The
Love it.
issue is that he still has your account within his phone and it's listed as the list of devices. So you would need to find a time to try to log back in, boot him out of the device, and then afterwards you're safe and you don't have a malicious person using your account. This is important, especially for some of you who even don't mind giving your account to strangers. This doesn't mean that it's more
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. That needs to be better. This is what I always say, man. I ain't sharing my shit with nobody. I do not give a fuck. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even do it with Rosie. But like, if you want to play this game that I'm like, yo, do you want to play this game? Just come sit on my PC and play the game. You know? I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So like, I suppose I'd never have to worry about that necessarily. But yeah, I suppose for people who do a little bit of sharing and letting their friends use their accounts and stuff. The thing is though, like with some games, that is actually against terms of service anyway, isn't it? I know they don't enforce it a lot of the time because they're, you know, streamer pools, account reviews, all this sort of stuff. But a lot of games, it kind of is against terms of service anyway, isn't it? To do like the account sharing stuff and letting people log in and use your account and stuff. It's just one of those things that it's just never really enforced by games, is it really?
more dangerous now to give your account to someone. It is just as dangerous to give your account to someone now and back then, because people in your account can do whatever they want, especially if you don't know them. But I do understand that some of you trust whether your friends or strangers to enter your account, maybe to handhold or to help manage your account. So do these kind of account sharing things at your own risk. In fact, I would even describe that the idea of being able to boot each other's devices out makes it quite a bit safer than last time, since you couldn't do it before. By the way, Yostar would be saying that you shouldn't be giving your accounts to other people. You wouldn't be banned if you were detected for this, but the reason why they would say you shouldn't is because they are not liable for anything that happens to your
Is it like, because I should imagine, like, you know, this precedent has been set with stuff like this in the past where like people have done that, something nefarious has happened, and then they've tried to get some sort of reciprocal process from the company to be like, I've lost out because of you guys. Well, actually, no, it's because of you. So it's like, that's why a lot of them do it now, don't they? It's like, this is against TOS. Don't do it. If you're doing it, hey, all liabilities off us now. You fucked up. Sucks to suck.
your account if you happen to share it with 2, 3 or 5 people. Basically, share your account at your own risk is Yostar's stance towards this. Anyways, this is what I would recommend to improve the user system. It would be nice if number 1, they implemented the 6-digit code system into the delete account, and number 2, for the managed devices, you can actually set what is the primary or owner device.
Yeah.
So that way, the
That
only
way that one
person
can't
with
be
permissions
booted,
to
yeah.
boot devices out will be the primary
Yeah,
device.
yeah,
instead of
that's a good move actually. That is.
any device at all. I do hope
Stop somebody else being logged in and doing it on the
that
reverse,
this is
the reverse
only
Uno
migration
card.
that we ever have to do, because again, I believe Yostar should have done it by themselves instead of getting the users to do it. And
Agree.
if for whatever reason
Agree.
we have to transfer
I think it's like I said at the start of the video. And that's the case. If you are going to do this, you should make it so really, if possible, there is no the player, the user doesn't have to interact with any sort of account stuff at all, other than potentially they just have to re-log in, you know what I mean, and confirm that this is their account kind of thing. Yeah, this stuff sometimes, it always ends up with some people having issues, doesn't it? Whether it's on the company side or the player side, it just introduces a can of worms, doesn't it? It opens a can of worms that just didn't need to be open, really.
from Yostar to Griffline in the future. Not to say that it would happen, that Yostar will
I suppose
transfer
that's-
the game back into Hypergriff's hand, but it may be a thing. If that's the case, I do hope.
I doubt that'll be a problem, will it though? Like, because Griffline's just acting as the global publisher for Hypergriff, isn't it? Really, it's the same company. So, like, I would imagine, with it being an internal thing, that if that does become a case, they can probably do it a lot easier on the back end with as little effect on the consumer as possible, right?
Hope that the process will be very smooth. Like, if a user must do it, let's try to make it easier. And if not, if they can just do it on the back end, just take one database, throw it into Griffline database, would be a lot sweeter. But that's all I'll say towards this video. I hope that I helped to save your accounts, and interesting discussion as to this whole user center thing. If you have your own thoughts to the safety of the user center and you want to have Yostar implement something, put it in the comments. Maybe they will be able to read it. Anyways, hope you enjoyed this video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Oh, yeah, you know, with
very genuinely only covers.
Okay, you know, with Enfield, do you reckon we'd be getting a HG launcher? Sorry, I'd be interested to see if we do. You know, because that seems to be the in thing now, doesn't it? You know, companies creating like a launcher where everything is. You know what I mean? It'd be interesting to see if they did that, like, and start putting all the games onto their own first party launcher. I think it's a way forward, man. You know, like you got the miHoYo launcher and stuff, like you got like the I think is it NetEase or Netmarble and that have got their own as well. Few are doing it now, aren't they? I think it's the way to go, really.
Okay, so it seems like there's been a little bit of an update going
guys, it's been a while since we watched a Kaza video, to be fair, because I got bored, really, if I'm honest, because you know, reasons. Dude does milk some seriously minor details. But I kind of haven't been looking at the WoW space recently. As I said, we saw the stitching had been removed on Cantarella's tights, and people were freaking out that they lost their camel toe. So let's have a look, shall we? Damn, bro, they did fucking man, they did do Fleur de Lis dirty, yeah. Jeez, the proper wet day. Jeez. The gooning, let's go.
Okay, so it seems like there's been a little bit of an update going on with the whole Fleur de Lis and also Cantarella kind of situation of their character models being changed. Now, I didn't think this was going to be much of a big
Camel
deal
toe
whenever
gate, you
this
know.
kind of drama first came out, and you know, people first talking about it and everything like that. But honestly, it seems like this has actually blown up into something pretty big. Now, if you guys don't remember, obviously I do have a whole video on it.
I don't think it's that big. I think it's just a bunch of weirdos on Twitter really getting really like frustrated about stuff. We all have jokes like, you know, hey, look, I'm in the camp of this looks better than this. Definitely. This looks better. Left looks better than right. I'm not going to get really mad over it, though, and make a Twitter post about how they're taking my cheeks away. You know?
If you guys want to go back, but pretty much the TLDR of this is the fact that Kuro Games have actually changed a couple of character design features.
The left side definitely
on
looks
these two
better though.
characters. Obviously, you can see the one on Cantarella, they removed this seam here, and you know, it makes it look like less that she's got a camel toe, which obviously was what a lot of people were saying. And obviously, we got here as well Fleur de Lis, where they've actually kind of given her like more shorts and stuff underneath that kind of skirt area. So again, obviously this.
With some of this though, like they've got to be careful on that, because haven't like China like released a new wave of like potential censorship stuff like that, where with some games can kind of get hit. I don't know if it's just a regulatory body kind of thing, a set of guidelines, or it's potentially well, even a legal thing. I'm not too sure, but I know they've got to be a little bit careful with certain things, haven't they? Because certain games have felt the wrath. You know, man. Genshin had a lot of it back in the day, didn't it? A lot of characters got kind of nerfed and switched up a little bit. And for rating agencies, because I didn't realise, I think Wuthering Waves is rated 16 plus, yeah, which is kind of unusual. I suppose when you think of it, actually, nah, I don't really, but especially considering, I think Zenless is, what's Zenless? Zenless like 12 plus. I don't even know the ratings to be fair, but I'm pretty sure we was 16 plus now, yeah.
This is censorship, and you know, Kuro Games have been kind of rolling out, and pretty much Kuro Games has just been making it a little bit more safer. And obviously, I think a lot of people have also been debating the fact that, you know, what exactly was this seam on Cantarella. Now, obviously, some people are out there saying like, oh my god, I've known many women, it doesn't even look like this. No one's arguing that fact. Obviously,
Bro, that's a kind of statement from somebody who's never seen a clit in their life. You know, they ain't never seen no girl's lips. They ain't never seen a girl. They ain't never touched a girl. There's that the kind of statement that people are actually saying, hey, look, man, I've seen enough fucking muffs in my life, in my time, lads, that I know that this cannot be. Like, bro, are you really bringing that to the table? Like, man. Damn, bro. Damn bad.
Obviously, this is a, video game, and it's obviously a seam. I mean, everyone can tell this is a seam of her clothing, but the fact is, there is still a reason why Kuro Games actually removed this from the game, which is because of what it looks like, okay? No one's saying that it's exactly accurate to the real, like, female anatomy or whatever like that, but it still does look like it, and there still is a reason why Kuro Games deleted it. Do you think Kuro Games deleted it?
All this stink over some puffy lips, right? You know?
Because there's a seam there? No. Obviously not, and I think that a lot of people kind of arguing that fact that, oh, it doesn't even look like it, it's just so dumb, because again, there is a clear reason why they did remove it, else it wouldn't have been removed in the first place.
Not gonna lie, you guys probably can't see that as well. Looking at it here, definitely does.
Obviously, this is actually kind
Looks
of
like
gone
your
into something
average
even
gym
bigger,
girl, if
as
I'm honest.
you kind of have a reason as to why this has changed. Now, obviously, as well, alongside of this, we had changes of Wuthering Waves going out to a 16, which many people are thinking that, this is actually kind of connected in terms of, the regulators have boosted up that age rating to 16 due to some of the new character designs like this coming out, and, now Wuthering Waves are trying their best effort.
To be fair though, Cantarella, like, I don't care what people say. Like, that ending at Cantarella's trailer, like, was wild, right? That tongue action at the end was crazy. Don't bother me. I'm not like, hey, loved every second of it. I'm just saying it was. I was like, holy shit, dude, this is Wuthering Waves. This is way more goonerish than, like, Zenless. This is. So, like, I guess they are trying to combat it a little bit, aren't they? I suppose. I wonder if this means then, if this is the case of this happening, that potentially we'll see less characters like Cantarella in the future then.
Efforts to censor the game to, kind of bring it back down to that 12 rating, which honestly, I think the rating system is kind of screwed anyways, especially if you guys have seen all the Brown Dust 2 stuff that's actually come out. Brown Dust 2 is still rated a 12, which is absolutely crazy. I don't know how it is,
What the fuck? How? Is it because, like, in-game, your sprites really don't look like that, and it's more the L2D work that he gets away with it, like? That's got to be it, right? That, like, we were, in terms of the game models, are a lot more, I guess, realistic. I don't think it's the right word because they're anime characters, but you know what I mean? They're a lot more true to the real shape of a human person than in something like Brown Dust 2, and it's just the L2D work that's the kind of the goonerish stuff in that game, isn't it, really? That's kind of crazy though, because, like, Brown Dust is kind of known as the most goonerish of gooner games, yeah.
It's so bad that I probably couldn't even show footage of the game in this video without getting kind of some kind of monetization issue, which again is absolutely crazy. It seems like maybe the actual reason for this rating going up and for Wuthering Waves having a lot of these issues comes from players themselves. Now, I actually got alerted to a couple of these posts posted in the Wuthering Waves community, which I'm still banned from, by the way. Thanks, Naoshio. And they say, some say the likes of PGR and Snowbreak are too tiny to get censored. In a sense, that's right, but not because of that, but because no one reports them. The CCP itself doesn't care until someone reports something. So they're pretty much saying...
Is that true? I don't know. I can't say if that's true. I wouldn't say it's... I think it's probably a visual fidelity thing, I do. As the game gets more visually impressive, I'd say that's when it starts to probably potentially run afoul of regulators where, like, end of the day, boomers, suits will look at that and go, that looks real, where, like, an animated little sprite or something where the visuals, like, saying PGR are not as high, that it might, like, slide a little bit. Whereas something like Wuthering Waves, it's an incredibly good looking game, isn't it? So I suppose maybe it's harder for that to pass through the radar. It could potentially be based on how popular it is though, and it just not coming across somebody's desk, I guess.
Saying that in previous cases with Snowbreak and PGR, which have also been, hit by a couple of censorship kind of things, the CCP isn't out. The thing is as well, looking.
There's a lot of politics that goes on within China in regards to certain companies kind of getting leeway because they're in tight with the inner circles, That there is a thing like that with the CCP, because literally certain companies are part of the CCP as well, aren't they? So like, you know, because I think Tencent is, yeah, you know, like certain companies will like, you know, that could work both ways. Either they might get some leeway, or they'll literally show up as like, dude, you need to curtail things here because we're seeing it all. You're representing us, kind of thing. So you know, and this could be due down, like say, he said maybe not even so much of a regulatory thing. This could be the shadowy hand of Tencent. You know, when people's like, Tencent ain't going to affect Wuthering Waves, man. It ain't going to change anything. All it is, it means more money. Does it though? Does it though? This could be Tencent leaning on Kuro saying, hey, look, man, get rid of the camel toe. give her some shorts instead of the panties, bro.
To kind of change games. They're not out there being like, okay, which game's acting up, you know, which game do we have to censor. It's usually due to user reports and people actually reporting the game, which apparently has been a pretty prevalent thing in the Wuthering Waves community recently, of people actually going ahead and reporting Wuthering Waves for a lot of these characters.
Are we going to blame miHoYo fans? It's miHoYo bots. It's got to be. I mean, yeah, it's miHoYo shills. The miHoYo shills defo, right?
Designs that they brought out. Now, this is for multiple reasons, which we will go into. Obviously, they said they're creating guides on how to report Woo. Apparently, this is exactly how you can report them, which again is absolutely crazy that they're even doing this in the first place. And obviously, I'm guessing this just comes from people that either
and some people have got way too much time on their hands.
B, don't like the character designs at all, because there's two kind of sides to this. Obviously, I went over to the actual page as well, over on a Chinese forum, and they, you know, it's kind of loosely translated by
Let's blame miHoYo for all of this.
It doesn't sound very coherent, but they say,
I'm not gonna lie though, some of the we respect, and don't get me wrong, sometimes I might be onto something, right? But like the amount of times, like, I swear, some of the Wooer community sometimes will stub the toe and be like, fucking miHoYo shills, you know what I mean? CCP usually don't care, but when they receive reports, they have to do something to uphold the idea they're in charge. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. I think it's a lot more grey though. Sometimes it might literally be that. Sometimes I think, like I say, a lot of politics plays into it. You know, when things get let slide, just like it does in the West, just like it does in every country. You know, sometimes somebody might grease a palm here and there, and somebody goes, "Oh, I'm not going to even look at that. I'll whistle Dixie while you carry on doing your thing," like, you know?
Look at this picture and you'll know, don't say I didn't tell you, it's full of reports of evildoers. So they're pretty much saying, you know, there's a lot of people that are trying to be a little bit nefarious here, and they're reporting the game, which again, and they go on to say, you know, you play games and only focus on character design and things like that. Now, obviously, what they're pretty much saying here is that there's groups and guides and all of this kind of stuff coming out in the Chinese community of them actually reporting the game and reporting it to the
people making spreadsheets on how to report fucking camel toe and fucking pants, and oh my god, that's wild.
CCP, which is now, you know, forcing
their
current
pants in a
games
bunch
to change some of their designs because, you know, it's been alerted. Now, obviously, yeah, it might have been alerted somewhere down the line. Now, what my kind of theory is for who this is and who's actually been reporting it, it's a lot of the husbando enjoyers in the game. As you can see in this screenshot right here, there's a picture of Bran right at the very top. I'm pretty sure that is Bran, which makes me think that this is the husbando enjoyers, but in full Wuthering Waves. It's not exactly people outside, like, you know, maybe some people would think it's miHoYoverse people, which it could also be a mix of, by the way. It could be a mix of miHoYoverse.
Colour me shocked. Colour me shocked. Damn.
Kind of fans that are just disgruntled at the fact that Wuthering Waves is doing so good, so they decide to join in and report the game, because obviously, you know, it's good for them if, you know, the game has to make some changes and they're in trouble with the CCP. But the thing is, I think the main factor is some of the people that don't like the new character designs of Cantarella and also some of the other characters, which I think is pretty crazy. You know, if you truly like the game and if you truly wanted the game to go in a good direction, you would just kind of put it in the kind of feedback, you know? And that's what someone also puts in this kind of comment section as well for this. Obviously, they're saying this.
Well, I suppose if you really think about it, like, not saying you should do this because this is weird, like, right? You know, there's a lot more things to be worried about in video gaming and in life, right? But I suppose that's the best way to get your feedback out there, is to, like, go to the authorities. Really, it's probably more effective than you know, put it in a survey, I suppose, if you want to, like, think about it.
There's no way I can escape it, but I'll do my best for the game that I love. I'll not stand in the corner and pour cold water on those who are doing their best. They say, regardless of whether it's useful or not, just fill in the ticket. If you don't fill it in, how can you hear the players' voices, and how about they solve it? So again, what they're pretty much saying here is, you know, why not actually bring this up to the creators? Why not bring this up to...
What was that there? Let me go back a little bit. Shit, have I gone to? What was that? Then, as long as you play Chinese games, you can't escape this group no matter where you go. There's no ways he's no longer an iron plate. It's almost like a titanium alloy. Feminism and DEI are the same cancer in the world.
And how about they solve it? So again, what they're pretty much saying here is, you know, why not actually bring this up to the creators? Why not bring this up to support or whatever? And just kind of, you know, voice your issues so that Kuro Games can change it. Because obviously, you know, we've seen that Kuro Games do listen whenever it comes to player feedback. Now, do I want this change to happen? Do I want them to roll back on the Cantarella stuff, the, you know, Flood Lee stuff? Do I want them to go, you know, kind of a little bit safer? No, of course not. And I think
I couldn't give a fuck. I couldn't give a fuck, you know. Hey, I'm all for some bum cheeks. I think the Fleur de Lis change, it's a bit of a shame because the original definitely was better. But I ain't gonna lose any sleep over it either way, if I'm honest.
that's something that I kind of misrepresented in my last video, so sorry about that. Obviously, I don't...
You're right as well, Reldon. We got people getting mad about this and ignoring things like global passives and stuff.
want these changes. You guys have seen my Twitter, you know, it's pretty crazy. And
that's a good point,
it's just
actually.
Like one of these changes that is a little bit disappointing, and it always happens
the
with some of my favorite
yeah.
gacha games. You know, obviously Snowbreak had this happen as well with all of the censorship stuff, but it seems that they managed to get around it pretty easily. And the same goes for, you know, Wuthering Waves. And also we see
what rating is Zenless Zone Zero, by the way?
previous cases of this happening with Genshin Impact. You know, Genshin Impact had this whole thing where they got reported as well, and essentially they had to change some pretty tame skins.
I do kind of hate this type of stuff and hope it won't affect future game decisions. See, like, it's one of those things, like, small little minor changes to characters, like, I don't mind. And if it means a game not having a drastic change in its ratings, I can understand the business decision in regards to, of course, you know, I suppose you could have the moral argument of gacha game. All gacha games really probably should be 16 plus or 18 plus because, you know, there's gacha in them, isn't there? But like, I suppose from the company side point of view, they're probably like, man, how do we skirt these to get ourselves as a lower rating as possible and be accessible to as many people as possible in regards to marketing, advertisement, and just like purely reach. So I can understand that, but and I suppose from that point of view, I don't see it as so nefarious if a company's trying to stay within a guideline, so to speak. But I do agree. I don't like it when things get changed because it offends. It's hard to say because, like, you know, there's certain things that are offensive. There's like right there that shouldn't be there because that's just like immoral, really. But yeah, it's a bit of a grey area. But like, yeah, you're right. Like, it's a problem in the West that's been a problem, isn't it? In some games, like I'm one of these people, right? I have no issue with conservative characters or characters looking any kind of way as long as the content's good. But in games where, like, you know, that's kind of part and parcel of things, it does suck when things get changed for the sensibilities of people who don't care about the media. You know what I mean? But like, it's not always so black and white, but like, I do hate like the idea in the West sometimes how everything has to be like, especially like nowadays with like, female characters, like the whole Stellar Blade thing, that was cringe as fuck, you know? How people were getting really freaked out about a character that just looked sexy, you know? Whether it was, even though it was modeled after one of the dude's wives, like, even if it wasn't realistic, you know? Because let's face it, some of these anime characters aren't. For some of the women to have the curves that they've got and the boobs that they've got, they're not going to be as slim and toned as they are without work, right? And, you know? But end of the day, that doesn't mean that it can't be like that. And there's too many people out there that think we should accept body positivity, but then push a body negativity on us, you know, like with all like the types of stuff when it comes to like, we should, you know, people who are overweight and making out that you can be healthy at any size and all this sort of stuff. Which is ridiculous, isn't it? It's kind of weird that we have that sort of what's it in the West where, oh, you can't have this. We can't push this idea on people because that's unhealthy. But let's push this idea on people, even though we know it's literally unhealthy, not just mentally unhealthy, it's physically unhealthy as well. But yeah, you got to be careful with stuff because you know you can end up on a slippery slope with things, can't you? Like, you know, we've seen it in the West. Like, you know, there's a lot of companies that are afraid to do things that they would have done 20 years ago. You've only got to look at You've only got to look at stuff like just even advertisements in PlayStation magazines back in the 90s. The stuff that used to be in PlayStation magazines would just not fly nowadays in the West, you know? And it's kind of a shame because some of that stuff was it was good marketing, you know, and it really didn't affect anybody. So yeah, censorship's never great, like, you know, censorship's never great. But sometimes certain stuff obviously needs to be, you know, it needs to be because it's literally just freaking, like, say, some of it's immoral, but this sort of stuff, like, you know, it is what it is, like, man. It's like, you know, why are you getting mad that a character's got like really big boobs or something, or there's a little bit of skin on show? It's like, come on, man. You know, just don't play it, don't watch it. That's what I say as well. A lot of the time, the people who get mad about this sort of stuff, though, especially in the West, they'll be like parading like OnlyFans type stuff as well, as if that's you know, that's agency. Then you have like a character that's somewhat sexy, and it's that's a problem then. Yeah, like I say, it's not always so simple. You know what I mean? Like I say, if it's a company taking an active decision to try and keep themselves within the guidelines of something, so they're like, right, let's not make these characters so sensual. I can understand that from a corporation point of view, because they're thinking about the bottom line. If they're doing it to appease somebody else, I don't really like that. That's never good, is it? You know, because its creativity is getting curtailed by somebody else's sensibility, and that's never a great thing. I don't mind censorship. I don't play the game not just to see some cheeks. That's it. You know, end of the day, everybody's got a different decision. Personally, I don't give a fuck, if I'm honest, you know? As long as the game's good, I don't mind if a character's boobs are a little bit smaller. No, don't get me wrong. That first image at the start, the image of Fleur de Lis on the left definitely looked better than the image on the right, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it, you know what I mean? Yo, what's going on, Laura?
For example, like the Gene skin, and also a couple of other ones.
This
like
isn't the type of
Mona,
censorship this morning. Yeah, I don't think this is now.
What they did well,
I think this is a
actually
company
they
just
released a
taking an
bunch of
active
skins
decision
over
to try
global,
and
meaning the global players
keep themselves in the black, so to speak, in regards to the eye of the regulators, really, which I can understand. At the end of the day, you know, they want to make money, don't they?
actually choose between the two, because again, a lot of this is mainly to do with China and, you know, obviously the government over there, the people that play it over there. So over in global, you know, we shouldn't really be affected by it, but obviously some people just affect.
Yeah, now some of these takes are straight up LT right pipeline might have to dip. What you on about? What have I said that's offensive? I've literally said the most like inoffensive, middle of the road thing you could say there, in the censorship in itself isn't great, but it makes sense in regards to some stuff. You know, I don't think changing Fleur de Lis his pants is worrisome for me at all. I think that's an active decision by Kuro to probably appease regulators, you know? I think that's what it is. I don't think they've done that because people have got mad that there's too much cheeks on show, if I'm honest.
Affect every single country because it's easier, and you know they don't really want to like release different content for different regions. But what Genshin actually did, yeah, they released these skins, meaning that everyone over in global could actually keep playing with these skins that were banned on some of the other versions of Genshin, which I thought was really cool. And I'm hoping that maybe if anything else was to come out of Wuthering Waves, that they would change that, and that they would make a change like Genshin Impact, like Hoyoverse did, because again, it would be really good, and it would be really good for the future of the game, because again, it would keep a lot of people happy.
I do think that's the thing. Like, you know, if there is regulated things in certain countries, it does make sense to have different versions of the game. But I can also understand from the company's point of view to it's just a little bit too much work, especially if China's the biggest market. They have to curtail to that market. I understand that, you know, it just affects the rest of the market in general as well anyway. But if a game can make that choice of like, oh, this country doesn't want this character to look a specific way, and we can shard it off and separate it, and all these other versions of the game don't have that censorship, that change, if you will. I think that is a good thing as well, you know.
I don't think these changes are so big to the point of, you know, it needs...
All censorship is bad. I don't know about that. Like, because, like, say, some stuff's immoral. You know, there's certain stuff that's, like, you know, needs to be censored because it's literally, like, you know, I'm not even talking about adult sexual stuff here. I'm talking about stuff that borderlines onto other stuff. I don't want to see that shit. Now, just because I don't want to see it doesn't mean everybody else doesn't want to see it, but I don't think that then censoring that is bad, personally. You know, I think there's this idea that all censorship is bad. I disagree with that. You know, I think some things just shouldn't be in media, especially that's being pushed towards games and media that's aimed at children between the ages of 12 to 17. That's just kind of like, you know, a little bit too much. Yeah, it's the most annoying thing because these companies refuse to have two game versions, just isolate China and give them the true version of the game. Complaining to devs about censorship is kind of pointless. If it's actually censorship, then I guess figure out a way to change the Chinese government. Shrug. That's it, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, anyway, I think especially in the West, we do like to say that a lot, don't we? But like stuff gets changed in the West all the time that wouldn't get changed in other regions. I think at the end of the day, I always live by the code of when it comes to media, if something's changed to the point where I don't like it, I don't get offended by it. I just stop ingesting it. That's just how I am, you know? Like if having them, like, look, right, this image here, left definitely looks better, right? Right, okay. But I'm not going to stop playing Wuthering Waves because of that. I'm not going to lose sleep over it either. And if I was, I'd probably just stop playing the game. But I think that'd be a wild thing to do to get frustrated over that, if I'm honest. Because that is like, it's a nothing. But how often are you spending in Wuthering Waves trying to check out a character's ass? You know? You might do it once and be like, damn, and then move on kind of thing. So yeah, this sort of stuff just doesn't bother me. It really doesn't bother me.
Needs a different skin, and that we need different kind of versions of these characters for global. Yep, because I don't think these are changes that are absolutely crazy and deserve a kind of whole like skin, you know? I feel like, yeah, if they were to alter a bigger part of Cantarella or even Flood-Elise, but Flood-Elise is a boss, so it's a kind of different story. If they were to alter like a, you know, bigger part of the character model, then yeah, they definitely should give global the option of what kind of character that they want and what kind of, you know, features.
I think infringing artists' visions of all censorship being bad if we're talking about illegal things. Some are really illegal, so they're not even part of what I'm thinking about. But that's what I'm saying. Then all censorship's not bad, though, is it? You know what I mean? Because like the stuff that leads into a grey area, like we see a lot of it with like lolly type stuff, don't we? Where I'm like, yeah, that shouldn't be like that, but it happens to be like that, and some people are totally cool with it. Other people not so much. You know. So, like, I don't think it's all just like, oh, that's totally off the... well, it might not be illegal, but I think if we're going to look at it, I guess, from a moral perspective, then I think, you know... but yeah, the devs clearly wanted to release on the left or something. So, like, to me, I don't think that's an artistic decision, though, is he? Do we really believe that's an artistic decision? You know? Do you really think those pants there were an artistic choice? Or was that a choice to be like, let's... You know, when you're making a character like Cantarella, is it really an artistic? Hey, not even mad about it, appreciate it. But is it an artistic choice to give her massive melons? It's not, is it really? You know, it's really not. You know exactly what it's for. It's not really where the creator's like, well, this was all part of the design. You know what I mean? We know what it's there for, and if they have to change things to stay within the rules, I'm not going to get angry about it, if I'm honest, because that's like, hey, look, I'm a gooner. I joke all the time about characters looking gorgeous, this, that, and the other. But I really, you know, it's all just fun and games at the end of the day for me. It's not something that irks me in my heart that a character has to have massive boobs for me to enjoy the game, you know? Censorship isn't bad, but if it's annoyed the experience of the gameplay, that would be bad. Censorship, it depends on how the dev's working on censorship. Well, that's it. It depends on how it affects the enjoyment of the... like, if censorship from a government body starts to affect the enjoyment of a game because it's literally changing things in the game and affects the game to a point where it's like kind of unavoidable, I agree. That's not great. You know, that's definitely not great. But I think if a character just maybe like has slightly less bum cheeks showing than prior, hey, I'm a red-blooded man. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna get angry about it, kind of thing. Just the artist getting a little cheeky, right? Censorship inside one game does not mean titties don't exist ever again anywhere. These help themselves. Exactly, yeah. Let's see. And as I say anyway, even if like I remember when was it when Naughty Dog's recent trailer? Forgot what the game was called. You know, it's like that kind of like 1980s kind of like punk sci-fi game. And they had the trailer, and it was like the the lady with the shaved head and she like puts a jacket on and goes to the front of the ship and flies off. I was watching that whole trailer. Obviously, it was a CGI trailer, but I was watching that whole thing and I was like, this looks kind of cool. This looks kind of cool, this does. But loads of people got mad because they were like, oh my God, man, she don't look like a hot woman. I'm like, wow, I didn't take that from that because I was like, that, you know, not everything has to be, if the game's good and the premise is good, does the character have to be super sexy? You know? Is it really the game being censored by progressive values, if that's the case? Intergalactic, that's it, yeah. Like, for me, I'd never looked at that trailer once and thought, like, that character needed to look like Lara Croft, because I just thought it looked like an interesting character. It's clear that at least a sizable group of people who state this affects their enjoyment of the game. For them, it's a valid way to feel. Do you really think that's true, though? Do you genuinely think? So, like, how often are you seeing Fleur de Lis's bum cheeks, considering she's a boss? That can't really be. If that's affecting your enjoyment of the game, I'm sorry, you're a loser. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, hey, I can understand somebody saying, oh man, left looked better. There was some more cheeks on show. Ain't gonna get an argument from me. But if somebody genuinely says to me, I can't enjoy Wuthering Waves that much anymore because look at her shorts now, I'm like, brother, touch some grass. I'm sorry. If that's how you're thinking about life, you need to touch some grass, man, because that's kind of weird if you ask me. Honestly, that's kind of weird. Like age rated is a thing for a reason. If they make Wuthering Waves R18, make the character nude for all I care, but the game is marketed for young people and thus. Yeah, I was just speaking about this as well, Laura. The fact of the matter is, all gacha games really, in my opinion, should be rated at least 16 plus, potentially 18 plus, just because of the mechanics that are in the game anyway. And then, as you say, if that's the case, then they could maybe go as they please. But they're trying to. This is where I say I don't think this is censorship because, well, this is what I believe anyway. I could be wrong, right? I don't think Kuro are taking these decisions. Now, the Camel Toe one might be just them thinking, oh, this is embarrassing. It kind of does look like that. Let's just change it from a sensibility of I suppose, like more from a point of view where they're looking, going, oh, this makes us look bad. But in regards to other stuff, I think it's more probably the company just saying, look, we want to keep our rating as low as possible to reach as many people as possible. And if we don't do this, we're potentially going to see our rating go up. I think that's Kuro making a business decision. If you think that, well, the regulation shouldn't be there anyway, then it's like, I don't agree with that personally. Because sometimes that stuff's there. Now, do most people follow him? No. How often do you see 12-year-olds playing GTA? But still, the guidelines should be there, really, in my opinion. I'll be honest, if a lack of visible camel toe is seriously affecting your ability to enjoy a game, I'm not sure what to say. Agree, yeah. If camel toe was integral to their enjoyment of the game, then I want to have a chat with them. For real? Are you going into the Tower of Adversity and be like, I just can't... Bro, I can't 30-star it anymore, because I'm... There's no clunge on show, man. Just, nah, not for me, you know? I think it's just a sentiment like their changes now without saying anything what else could happen in the future. Was you mad? And was these people mad when Jinxie's mole got removed? Just out of question. Touch some ass, maybe. Definitely, yeah, that's definitely needs to happen. I think if that was happening, these people wouldn't be mad about things like this, would they? Because they'd be like, why am I getting mad about a video game character's ass when it's clearly that's the problem, I think, isn't it? It's not the grass, it's the lack of ass. If you want to get your rocks off to some camel toe, then there's sites you can see more on there. Right there. Imagine a new character comes out that you think looks great and just change the design without saying anything after you got the character. I did, Jinxie. Jinxie got changed. I think they removed a mole off her thigh, didn't they? And I didn't even know until I watched Ryuku Sensei's video about it. I'm not mad. If it was something like Jinxie's pants was changed and I couldn't look up a skirt in the same way anymore or something like that, which I don't even know what Jinxie's pants look like. If she's got pants, I can't exactly remember now. I wouldn't get mad about that. Because do you know why I like Jinxie? Because she's ethereal. Because she's like, to me, an epitome of like a kind of badass leader. She's like empathetic to her people. She had one of the coolest stories and cutscenes in the game for me. Like if they made Jinxie's, even though she hasn't even got really big boobs or she's overtly sexualized anyway, if they made something change, honestly, unless it was the overall design was changing, I don't think I'd mind. You know? Honestly, don't think I'd mind. I think that's where I think I fundamentally disagree there. Now, if they make an overt change and the character literally doesn't look the same anymore, then we can have a conversation. Then it's like, okay, oh, they've changed their outfit altogether. Okay, I don't know if I like this new outfit anymore. That's not cool. It wouldn't reduce my enjoyment of Wuthering Waves because obviously I do pull characters now the look, but I don't think it'd overtly change my viewpoint on the game. It's probably like, oh, that sucks. It looked better before, you know? But yeah. Should be sold when this is dumb as hell. I've been gaming for decades and this isn't new controversy if anything games these days. Exactly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. As I said, in terms of marketing back in the day in PlayStation magazines, there was some sort of, well, I wouldn't even call it lewd, you know, but it's stuff that probably wouldn't show nowadays. But I agree. Yeah, definitely. Definitely way more violence, way more gore, way more sexualization, way more violent language and stuff like that. You know, if fictional gacha characters are important to you, to lose your shit if the design is changed at some point, get help. It's a character, stop gambling, you have an addiction. Did Hoyo go conservative after Rosario got her breast reduction? They got hornier. Right? I gotta admit, Ken, I understand the idea of censorship, yeah. But I think sometimes people extrapolate real censorship to slight design changes in a character for a company to continue operating how it was operating prior, you know? The thing that fascinates me is that people argue this is censorship, yeah, but then you try and ask Chinese companies who might have an idea to come up with something, implement certain things, and we know what certain things are, certain rhetoric, certain language, certain historical or contemporary political ideals. They wouldn't be able to do it. Guess why? CCP would not allow that, you know? But those people don't have a problem with that censorship. But, oh, boob reduction. Oh, this is censorship now, slippery slope. I'm just like, well, where was you with all the other stuff? You know what I mean? Because to me, if you've got a problem with censorship, you probably shouldn't play Chinese games at all, if I'm honest. Honestly. Because let's face it, on a country that, you know, has its fair share of censorship top to bottom of how it runs, I think it's probably quite hypocritical of people to engage in Chinese media and Chinese stuff and then argue that, well, I've got a problem with censorship. And it's like, I don't think you have. I think you've got a problem that you want to see more tits, which is fine, but just admit it. You know what I mean? That's all I say. Now reducing boob size, showing less skinnies and change the design. It's just minor things anyway. Change the design is like... yeah, exactly. Hey, you know what? I put the fries in the bag, man. I'll be down. I'll buy that skin. I'll buy that skin. All right, let's finish watching this video anyway.
So they want on this character, but for a small little kind of line disappearing, let's be real, we don't need an entire skin for it. Now, obviously, there's a lot of people in my comments saying that, hey, this actually is a pretty big...
That's that. Like, if you buy a new car, and my car overnight... Wait, no, sorry, let me read this. Like, if you buy a new car and my car overnight, the car has a scratch because the company decided they wanted to do that without telling me, I'd also be upset for buying that. Well, that's different because one, that's damaging it. For one, that could lead to oxidization of the metal underneath the paint, leading to damage. That's like saying that, oh, no, if we're going to be literal about the comparison, oh, now the pants have changed in my game's going to crash all the time and brick my PC. You know, it's not really a fair comparison. One, you literally have ownership of that property. Now it's your property. Thing is, nowadays, if you look in most TOSs in video games, you don't own shit. You're basically renting it all. That's how digital assets work for the most part. So that's why crypto bros get so anal about NFTs, because they genuinely believe that, oh yeah, you can't copy paste that, bro. You can't do it. I own it, you know? And this is coming from a crypto bro.
Deal, which I do understand, you know, it is a big deal in the sense that this could happen even more, and censorship is very bad for the game, but I think it is important just to monitor what is actually going on, and also not to blame Kuro for this, because obviously it's not Kuro's fault that this is actually happening. You know, they don't want to change it. Obviously they wouldn't have made these character designs in the first place if, you know, they didn't want this stuff to be added to their game. It's due to the fact that they are almost being forced to do this, And you know, a lot of this is being forced by these players. So if you want to get angry at anyone, get angry at the people that are reporting Wuthering Waves to the, you know, government and everything like that, and the kind of regulatory bodies, because again,
Well, just don't get angry about a video game. Honestly, there's bigger stuff in life, man. I think as once you start really living life, you'll realize that this is what I like to say. You know, when it comes to like YouTube drama, I'll have a dabble sometimes and laugh from the sidelines, right? You know, have a bit of fun with it all. But like life's too short and too serious, and there's too heavy shit going on all the time to care that much. You know, I think, man, you either like living some super, like living in some super bubble, or like you've just never experienced any kind of real hardship in your life, if that's bothering you, you know, or like you doom scrolling too much. Honestly, I think that's a problem if people are, and I'm not saying you can, like, don't get me wrong, you are parroting some lines that I'm like, can't agree with here, but I'm not going to accuse you of that because you haven't outright said it, I guess. But like, yeah, man, I just think like if you're genuinely getting angry about stuff like this to the point where you feel like you've got to report it to a governmental body, or the opposite way, you're getting really angry on Twitter and saying, I can't play this game anymore because my character's boobs ain't the same, or I can't look at a camel toe, or I can't see her bum cheeks anymore. It's just like, I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm glad, because I honestly, like say, you're saying what you think, you know, and just because we disagree, it is what it is, kind of thing. Yeah, I honestly really don't care, if I'm honest.
they are the ones
And that's
that are
coming
making
from
this
somebody
worse.
who
They're the
likes
ones that kind of
my
exploit
anime
the situation
waifus
a little bit more.
looking
And, you know,
kind of
Pro
good.
Games
I was a big
has
fan of
really no
Cantarella,
say
you
in
know?
what is
But I
going on
didn't
at the
even
moment,
know she had
other
a
than,
scene
you know,
going up
they
her
can
tights that
change
made it
some
look
of the
like
designs
camel
around to
toe,
kind of
you
meet
know? I just
the
did it.
standards that they need
'Cause I-
to. But again, now we know pretty
I,
much.
I wasn't that horny that I needed to look up a character's skirt. Plus, I lost my 50-50 as well, so I didn't even get the chance to do it either.
Much
So.
exactly where these people are coming from and where all of these reports are coming from, why these changes are actually happening, because again, these changes pretty much came out of the blue. We didn't really expect anything like this to happen, and well, you know, it finally did happen. And it's been, you know, not even a couple weeks since Cantarella's come out, and they've already made these changes, which is kind of crazy. But again, at the same time, the details aren't that deep at the moment that it's worth like kind of being super angry about, but it is definitely something to keep monitoring in the future, just due to the fact of more censorship could be happening in the future, and that could be something that a lot of players could get angry about and potentially leave the game over. And also, obviously, I said, you know, a lot of people were very angry about the fact that they changed the character after people had, you know,
Guess who I got as well? You want to talk about censorship? You really want to talk about censorship? I was hoping, hey, I'm going to get Cantarella, the sexy big booby freaking mafia mommy. And guess who I lost my 50-50 to? Encore. What a splash of cold water, right? You want to talk about censorship?
gone ahead and bought and spent money on trying to pull them. I do think, you know, that is
That's
definitely
true,
a
actually,
valid,
yeah.
you know, point.
Yeah, good point. I'm glad I lost my 50-50, actually, yeah. No camel toe. You guys, you lost out. I'm glad now. I'm going to get myself Zani. And she's got massive boobs as well.
But also at the same time, I explained the terms of service in the last one. They did agree to the terms of service. Obviously, no one actually reads it, but it still was there. And, you know, Kuro Games still had every right to do it because, again, it's in their terms of service, you know? It's not their fault that you didn't read it. But at the same time, I wish that a lot of this censorship stuff would get reverted and that we would go...
Honestly, I think these are the kind of people that would be more mad about that than having a pity change. Oh, your hard pity's gone from 80 to 90 now. Well, that sucks. Wait a minute. The bum's smaller. I'm gonna riot.
Go back to the old Wuthering Waves, which again, it's not really that big of a difference. I'm saying old Wuthering Waves and the fact that it's gonna like change some massive things. It's not.
Who cares about
but at the
personality
same
to play
time,
style
it would be
anyway?
nice
Actually,
just
no
to have
camel
these,
toe, no
you know,
cell,
smooth
right?
things back. Because,
Fuck
you know,
that.
it does add a little bit more detail to a lot of the characters.
best
Obviously,
in
a lot of
slot,
people do
but not
prefer
anymore.
the older designs, which again, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, let me know down what you guys think about the situation.
To be fair, though, she
Honestly,
hasn't
it
got
is
a best
pretty
in
crazy
slot, so.
overall. And yeah, if you guys did enjoy this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. And also, good game subs, use my code CASA, get 10% off. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next.
Gia knows where he's at anyway. She does look like a gorgeous character, actually. I haven't even played 2.2. I don't even know what she sounds like, man. Does her VA do a good job as well? I really think the way to prevent these situations is just to separate global and China. That way everyone can be happy. I suppose I wouldn't be against that for some reasons, because then I think you could maybe have some stories that might actually be a little bit more varied coming from Chinese companies. Because there's certain stuff they just can't do, but nobody cares about because it doesn't affect them. Do you know what I mean? Because there's plenty of stuff that China censor in regards to what companies can say about particular countries that are not considered, separate countries, and particular things in the past, particular leaders. Some places, I won't call it, it's kind of like a rectangle, but it's not a rectangle. And it sounds like there's 10 men, but it's not 10 men. You know what I mean? It's like, The VA is fantastic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not going to happen, is he? And plus, I don't blame him. It's a lot of work, isn't he? Genji was like that. They removed something from CNN due to censorship, but kept it for EM. Yeah. They did have a couple of characters, though, actually, didn't they? Well, I just can't see it happening. I think, like I say, people have got to accept the fact that now Tencent own a majority share of Kuro now. They're going to toe the line in a lot of situations. They just are, Like I said, people said it wouldn't affect Kuro. They were crazy to think that. I'm not saying that it's going to affect the way the game's made and the way characters are scaled and the meta and all that sort of stuff, but it's definitely going to affect certain things. Tencent are a massive conglomerate, big part of the, throughout the entirety of the ladder of Chinese political stuff. Stuff's just going to change. It's just how it has to be, As I say, my advice is, and this is honest, this is for like people who really get angry about potential censorship in Chinese games. I'm just like, if you're bothered about censorship in boobs, then you're probably ignoring a lot of other stuff as well. And this goes for not even just Chinese companies as well, by the way. I'm talking about all companies. They all do it to a degree. It's just about if it doesn't affect your enjoyment of a game, and like I say, if stuff like that does affect your enjoyment of the game, I don't know what to say. But anyway, this is why we don't play Wuthering Waves. That's a lie. I love Wuthering Waves. I love it. Actually, I haven't played it for a while, actually. Oh, yeah, as well, FYI, you get 30 free pulls on this, guys, because they're fucked up with shit. People can't log in at the moment. So when I logged in today, bang, they give you a code, put it in, 30 free pulls. Lovely. Let's go. This is all planned so people forgot. Stop shitting on Whimpering Waste. Hey, we worked though, yeah? I remember Neymar was considered too lewd. The tone down his skin for CN and Global was given to them as an alt skin. They did some outfit changes and made new one default, but Global got all the old outfits as alternative. Oh, is that how they did it? Yeah, okay. If that was the last big gacha devs left not beholden to a megacorp. And hopefully, hopefully they makes them enough money that they can do that, because it's always nice to see a company have security from a massive investor, but it always comes with caveats, doesn't it? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I hope it stays like that as well. I do. I really do. Yeah, when Slow like loses hold of anything, I begin to feel like the Arknight's IP is cooked. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Just play some H game, and then if you have a problem with boob censorship. Hashtag ads. Alright, should we use apples then? Let's go use apples. They just bought a bunch of shares back and Great Flight was created so they can self-publish. That's good then. That's cool then. Yeah, hopefully, like I say, hopefully Enfield is incredibly popular to the point where it makes them plenty of money. They can keep reinvesting. The game just continues to be good, and I'll be a happy chappy. Again, there's like that part of me that, like, I don't want to gatekeep the game, but I hope it doesn't get that massive that we have stuff like this going on. Well, then again, I don't know if Wuthering Waves is that big, or there's just a bunch of zealots that play the game. I think that's what it is, man. I think the problem with Wuthering Waves' biggest burden that it has to hold is that there's a large part of Wuthering Waves community who's some of the worst part of the Genshin community is there now, you know? Well, that's not a hot take, is he? I think that's true. Yeah, we has a lot of ex-Genshin players. There's a lot of names like Hypergift Studio, Montage, Monster Siren, and Griffline. We've got all the super crybabies. Yeah, for real, that's what I think. I think, like, a large portion is, like, the worst of the worst Genshin players. Like, even the ones that are still over there now are problematic to a degree, I guess. Some of them are, because there's always bad people in communities. I think everybody else is just kind of, like, whatever. I think there's a large portion of the WoW community is, like, the worst OG Genshin players, I think.
My
Oh,
name
sweet
is
new
Sing.
character.
Don't think you can boss me around for no reason. Unless
Man, this
food is
audio bug on
involved.
the Google Play beta sucks. This is one thing. I know this is a really small thing. You know when we were talking about small things the other day, that not being changed won't break the game, but it's something you'd like to see. When you get a character like that, it's so anticlimactic that there's just nothing. There's no audio. The character just appears and they speak. It's like, give me some fanfare. You know what I mean? Like just like I said, just blame miHoYo for all this. Yeah, right. If in doubt, yeah. Man, the audio's rough tonight. I'm not logging out, though. I'm not closing the game because people are having issues logging into the game at the moment, aren't they? I don't want to risk not being able to get back on you. So I've gone back to the default controls as well today, chat. Just because, yeah, when you're in focus mode, man, the mouse control thing sucks ass.
My name is Sing. Don't think you can boss me around for no reason.
So, have any of you guys got further in the story? Does it get better? Because I've been hearing a lot of positive things about the story, which I was kind of surprised by, because the prologue for me was rough in this game, like, pretty rough. So, I was actually surprised. A lot of people were like, nah, the story's bangs. I was like, really? Does it? Am I just dumb? Yeah, the audio's bugged. It's this shitty Google Play beta, isn't it? But I really don't want to restart it because, I might not be able to log back in.
Shamash.
Shamash.
My name is
Nice.
Ninsar.
Have we already got it? Yeah, okay. Get a bunch of weapon copies though, this is nice. You can't, dude. Literally force you to use the Google Play emulator at the moment. Sucks. Like you try and use the other emulator, he just closes the game. I tried using Blue Sacks. So, yeah, hopefully that's just a development issue. They haven't got it, you know, there's something going on the back end of the game. I hope they haven't made it so it just can't be played on other emulator. I don't know why they would do that. I feel like they're kind of cutting off their nose to spite the face in a sense to do that. So, I hope that that's something that changes. Apparently, though, we're going to get a PC client anyway, yeah. Yeah, hopefully easy. Hopefully soon. Oh, we got outfits already, have we? Oh, okay. Wait. Control stage not complete. Oh, I can try it out to... That's kind of a nice looking skin though, isn't it? Yeah, I agree. They are a small company though, so I suppose I can There's no soft lock on in this game, is there, Eldon? Is there a lock on or at all? Okay. That's new. I've never seen that before.
It's time for a change of tune.
Take a seat.
Yeah, I think the most frustrating thing for me at the moment, as I said, you know, when you like playing it sometimes, especially in this mode. Like in the focus mode, even though it's full screen, it's not truly full screen, so it's like kind of like windowed mode. So, see, like then, the mouse cursor's like out the game. It keeps stopping as well, so I'm not actually controlling the characters. I don't know what's going on there.
When will
Until the next opportunity for a
How,
performance.
how'd you get out to
The performance is over.
the free camera in those
Will
sorts
the
of modes then?
audience like my music?
Because like the game forces me into that focus mode when I'm doing stuff like that. It's like when I try and change the camera, it just says not available. I don't know what it says exactly, but it doesn't let me. Somehow I like your stream as my background while I play Black Beacon, and like other stream Black Beacon, they're so silent. Oh, let's go. Let's go. You'll probably get sick of me, Pu. I yap. So even in that, I can do it in that mode. Let me try that actually, because every time I try it, it doesn't let me do it like. Hack and slash, is it fast paced like PGR? Not as fast paced as PGR, but yeah, it's so you're unable to change perspective in focus mode. Run away from these guys a second. See, why don't you let me? Okay. Alright, whatever. I suppose it's only for that sort of stuff anyway, so I ain't got to worry too much. Hey, look, man. It's frustrating. It's day 2. I'll give them some time, right? Do you know what? It could all be fixed with. Do you know what could genuinely fix it? Just literally make free look. You know, so I don't have to hold left click to look. Just make it free look. Solved. I fixed it. You know? Yeah, I think that's the case, Reldon. I think you might be right. Yeah, we have to do them as well, don't we, for some pulls? Actually, do we get an individual pull off these? I think we do, yeah. Or we just get some currency. We don't actually get a pull. I thought we got a pull. Alright, let's get into the game. Let's continue on with the story, shall we? Right, so we've got a new healer actually, didn't we? We got this 5-star healer. We haven't got the weapon for her though, have we? Oh, actually we have, haven't we? Oh, let's synchronize this, or sync. It's called syncing this, isn't it? All right, let's do this then. Okay, so that gives us a plus 3.6% light damage boost. Selected material is maxed out. You can only sync it twice. Do I have to level it up to sync it, maybe? I bet I have to level it up, yeah. Be able to sync it again. Let's do that. Can I break through yet? No. Where do I get these from? Veins of Vastness, Lost Time Store. Clear main story 1 to 9. Right, then we need to do that then, so we can farm some of that. I'm assuming we can go higher than level 3 if we break through. Because it seems like the game makes you break through with certain stuff, doesn't it, to get access to, I think you have to break through to get to your gear, yeah. Okay. Let me have a look at her skills, actually. How does she work? So her passive is certain skills of Logos grant chord echoes upon hitting enemies. When the maximum amount is reached, all chord echoes are immediately cleared, allowing you to tap the basic attack button to unleash Rondo's Suite. Within the next 10 seconds, Rondo's Suite performs an area attack in all directions, dealing a total of derived damage and summoning notes that follow the character for 10 seconds. The notes attack alongside allies, the battlefield, dealing chase damage to nearby enemies. Okay, so it's got like a... Executive executes a 4-hit basic attack combo, dealing basic attack damage. Hitting an enemy with a 4th move grants a stack of chord echo and activates tuning mode. Hold basic attack to unleash a heavy strike, dealing regular attack damage. After a perfect dodge, tap basic attack to launch a counter attack, dealing regular attack damage. Okay. Tutorial is pretty recommended, I'd say. The kits are convoluted. It's not likely you can figure out it through just playing. One thing I will say, they're a lot less convoluted in how they're written than something like Wuthering Waves, though. I feel like I've got super low IQ. I probably have, but I feel like I've got super low IQ when I'm trying to read Wuthering Waves kits. Swings the sword to unleash a consecutive stab of D. Okay, alright. Thrust forward, dealing regular attack damage and generating a stack of chord echo. So chord echo, combat energy accumulated from specific attacks, including basic attack, Lyre Sword skill 1, melodic variation of skill 2, multiple concerto is consumed by the passive ability. Do you know what the combat kind of reminds me of? Obviously, I've only dabbled a little bit. It kind of feels sort of reminiscent to Aether Gazer a little bit. You know, just a little bit in the way the skills are. Seems like there's a little bit more skill spam in this than something like Wuthering Waves, right? And there's a weapon system, yes. So I think with the weapons, it's a guarantee, and I think with the characters, is it a guarantee with the characters and 70-30 with the guarantee with the weapons and 70-30 with the characters? I forgot now. I've totally forgot. I was moaning about the story so much yesterday. I really didn't pay attention to much. Demonstrate generated by basic attack, Lyre Sword, 4th move, skill 1, melodic variation, skill 2, concerto fully charged. Okay. Let's have a look at the tutorial. Oh, we get a pull from the tutorial. Okie dokie. Alright, let's have a look then. I agree with that, Ken. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I do. I think they try and make things sound a lot smarter than they're really. I don't know if it's lost in translation thing or what, but yeah, I agree with that. Tap basic attack. That's one thing I do like about Zenless. Zenless has a bit of a problem with it, but I feel like when you read Zenless kits, it's like, okay, that makes sense. Whereas sometimes, man, Wuthering Waves is really bad for me. Sometimes I'm like, it's like, say you've got step 1, 2, and 3, and then step 4, and then you go back to step 1. But it's like they write it as step 1, step 4, step 3, step 2, go back to 1, and it's just written so badly. Okay, tap basic attack consecutively, and the basic attack's 4th stage will get a chord echo. Okay. Okay, the game's lagging like crap. Okay, so we've got our chord echo, right? Current number of chord echo is displayed underneath the HP value, right? Melodic variation and multiple concerto can both obtain chord echo, except the 4th stage of basic attack. These moves can be called thrust techniques, right? Use melodic variation to launch thrust attacks forward against enemies ahead and obtain chord echo. Oh, that felt very PGR. That felt very PGR. Okay. Yeah, I gave up with the nonsense skill descriptions. Yeah, the Genshin ones, yeah. It's like, I swear they're sitting there writing. It's like, right, what you need to do here is 3 basic attacks, heavy attack, skill, 3 basic attacks, heavy attack, skill. How do you make that sound really smart? And how do you make it sound as complicated as unnecessary as possible? Man, the audio is so bad. It's always when I'm in focus mode as well. Bearing in mind, chat, I've got a 4090 as well. I've got a 40 freaking 90. You know what's going on with glasses? Welcome to the stream. Clears out when the number of chord echo reaches 5 and replaces basic attack with Rondo Suite, okay? Release Rondo Suite to deal a large amount of damage. Okay. I'm not tripping. I really hate this place, his basic attack as well. Okay, there we go. Okay. After releasing Rondo Suite, if Logos remains on the battlefield, she will summon notes. When characters attack while notes are active, they will execute a coordinated attack. Okay. All teammates' attacks can trigger a harmonious attack of notes. After Logos has broken through and upgraded her potential, notes will have an even more powerful overall effect. Damn, she'd be a good besting slot for Jinsey, maybe? Switch back to Logos to proceed to the next tutorial. One thing absolutely blows with CBG controls the ability that should be aimed, but you can't aim. Because it works with Dragon Release, yeah. Like, the only thing here would be Revenant Shadow, which you could look up in the character's talents. Very easy to read without any babble, pun intended. Especially when they don't even need the embedded explanation link thing in Arknights when there's game terms. Yeah, use fragile, frighten, etc. Not only can thrust techniques obtain chord echo, they can also enter the tuning state and enhance all skills. Okay. Okay. First, use melodic variation to launch thrust attacks forward against enemies ahead, and then obtain a chord echo and enter the tuning state. This actually does seem like quite a nuanced kit, to be fair. Bro, the game's lagging so bad. After using melodic variation, the next basic attack will start from the 3rd stage. Not only can thrust techniques obtain chord echo, but they can also enter the tuning state and enhance all skills. Okay. First, use melodic variation to launch thrust attacks forward against enemies ahead, and then obtain chord echo and enter the tuning state. Right, okay. After using melodic variation, the next basic attack will start from the 3rd stage. Oh my god, that's so bad. And the 4th stage of basic attack can go into tuning state, making it easier to frequently use enhanced skill and obtain more chord echo. I swear this tutorial's making it seem more complex than it actually is. 4th basic stage of basic attack can go into the tuning state, making it easier to frequently use enhanced skills and obtain more chord echo. Kind of does, like I say, it does remind me a little bit of Aether Gazer, but a little bit more complicated. When in tuning state, melodic variation can penetrate all enemies ahead and obtain chord echo. Okay. After pressing and holding multiple concerto, continuously charge strength, thrust forward rapidly in succession, and the charge strength will extend the thrust distance, increase the number of thrusts, and obtain more chord echo. Okay, alright. When in tuning state, multiple concerto can be released without charging strength.
Pluck the heartstrings.
I do like her attack animations though, you know? This was not optimized at all, I swear. Nah, it's terrible. Like I say, bear this in mind. I've got a 13900K, right? 32 gigs of fast RAM and a 4090, you know? Like, and it's still, obviously this is on the Google Play thing as well. I think this is the emulator also. And that's what I was like, part of me doesn't blame them because I know the Google Play beta sucks, but then part of me blames them because it's like, I can only get it on the Google Play beta. Skill tutorial, okay.
A spark of inspiration.
It's really bad, man. It wasn't this bad yesterday. Okay. It seems to be when we're in focus mode. Oh, look, can I? No, it won't let me. It seems to be in focus mode and it runs really bad as well. So like I say, it's like the game wasn't designed for focus mode. Yeah, I forgot everything what happened in that tutorial, Laura. I agree. Just like, I know I've got a musical instrument weapon though. I'm pretty sure I do some kind of healing. I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Forgot.
Clear, logical thinking ensures progress up the ladder of philosophy.
Thing is though, we've leveled up both of our healers now. Saying that though, we got 2 healers. I really should have leveled up one of these other characters though, shouldn't I, man? I do like this character though, actually. But if I'm honest, when you're using her as well, the game really runs bad. Damn man, I'm using all my mats here.
Repetitive hammering is an essential process.
Not gonna go too mad on some of these weapons. I guess that's how we... Let's go get some mats then, shall we? Should we go get some mats? Let's go get some mats. If I disassemble weapons, what do you get out of them? Let's just find one I got loads of copies of. Here, let's disassemble this. It's not gonna... This mat... Oh! Okay. Only one though, damn. To lose a weapon for 1 mat. It's kind of harsh. Alright. Let's continue on, because we need to clear 1-9, don't we, before we can start doing some farming. So let's do it. Let's do it.
Hands-on testing is
Okay, we can
essential
only
for
go with these
any
2.
craftsman.
Do we have to... Does he have to say it, or can we change that up?
I rarely
sweet.
engage
Okay, let's
in
run these
joint
two.
operations with others.
Let's run these two. The UI reminds you of verse 1999 a little bit. I definitely think there's some aesthetic inspirations, to be fair, coming from there. You go crazy on weapons for the first week, you get all resources back off Reforge and dismount. Oh, do ya? Oh, shit, yeah, sweet, that's good. I didn't know that, thank you. Alright, let's hope the story gets a bit better. Let's open myself up and let's try and enjoy it because I did not enjoy the prologue. I'm not going to lie, it was really bad. But people keep saying good stuff about the story. As my vision clears again, the scenery around me has subtly changed. Zero and Erishan, standing beside me, exchange solemn glances. I do like that there's conflict between characters though as well. You know, not everybody's all pally-pally. That's kind of nice to see. Heard he gets better in chapter 2. Hey. What's going on here?
Report in, Zero.
See, like, I really want to start the game again because of how badly it's running. But I'm a little bit worried too. Because of, the login issues. Are you guys able to log into the game at the moment?
It has been confirmed that the sector we were previously in was B80.
I haven't played Limbo, so I can't
and
give a
3 years
comparison.
ago, the content of the books in this sector was
I'd
changed
say
to modern
the
computer
prologue
theory.
sucked ass though.
For 100 years before that, this sector was exclusively dedicated to astrophysics.
I'm gonna have to restart the game after this. I'm gonna have to and risky. And chirp circles in the air and gracefully lands on its master's shoulders, chirping at Zero. Zero listens attentively and looks at Erisham and me before announcing her conclusion.
We have indeed traveled
Limbus is
to the
substantially
past.
better. Erisham's expression becomes unreadable.
How did you perceive it?
There were no signs.
My device can't apparently
warning.
either. And I've got a
For
fucking
me,
expensive
it ended
PC.
in the blink of an eye.
And this game can run
Me too.
Cyberpunk max settings, all
Hey,
mods,
I'm talking to you.
RTX,
How did you
dialed
manage
right
to
up.
do that?
And I can't play this properly. Not biased at all, but Limbus is better. I don't deny. I haven't played it, but I've heard nothing but good things about Limbus' story and Limbus in general. For me, like I say, some people have said to me, and I've seen other people talking about the story gets better, and they really like it. The prologue was rough, man. It was really, really rough. It was kind of nonsensical at points. It was convoluted. It was lots of fluff. It wasn't intriguing at all. As a main character, now I know it's a bit more of a self-insert game, but we just seem very non-interesting at all. But this is why I'm giving it another go, because
Just like
things
that?
might change. Yeah, as simple as that. What were you expecting? Were you expecting some kind of grand spectacle? Erisham looks deflated.
That doesn't make sense at all. Where did Cosmos find such a bizarre person?
Outside, apparently. We were just outside.
I should just stop calling you the Seer and start calling you the Almighty Time Machine.
So, our next move. Shall we go find Tasney? For some reason, there's gloom in Erishan's voice.
We've come this far already. Let's go find Tasney and the command to stop the spear. We can't be too prepared anyway. I'm curious what other miracles I'll witness on this trip.
Upgrade the pendant to attack the target 5 times during a time freeze, causing chrono burst, which triggers a high damage explosion when time freeze ends. Okay, pendant upgrade.
I hope you guys won't bore me to death.
I do like that move of her though, it's fucking sick. But the game runs like ass when you're using her.
Fluttering wings.
Gathering wings.
Bro, we're gonna have to restart this after this mission, chat, and hope we can get back into the game because this is mad. I can't play it like this. I cannot play it like this.
This place looks impassable to me.
Huh? Why don't we just smash through it?
Objects with golden cracks can be destroyed with by Chronoverse. Okay. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
How are we supposed to find Tasni?
Oh my god, this is so bad.
I mean, this place shows all the possible moments of every second, right?
Yeah, it's running like shit.
You
dude.
think just finding the right time will
I'm
lead
gonna
us to
restart
the
it
right
because like I
person?
did leave the client open for about an hour before I started, so I don't know if it's just like a caching issue or something. You know? I didn't want to log off though because people having issues getting on the game, so I'm like, I do want to play the game, and I'm worried that, but I can't play it like this. It's either we don't play the game or we don't play the game because I can't play it like this. Okay, so we're gonna still need permission from the head librarian.
A kid? What's a kid doing here in the library?
Let's what's he?
You are.
Let's try again because this is rough. I can't even do that. Right, let's try again. How was your game session? Bad. Very, very bad. Game crashed or froze, visual skips, stops, audio issues. Yeah, broken, mate. Broken. I don't want to say anymore. Yeah, that's rough. Okay. Start again. Hopefully we can get into the game here. I haven't had audio stutter at all, maybe some lag once every few minutes. Due to current authorization restrictions, logging in with Google accounts is temporarily unavailable. We recommend creating and logging in using another platform account for now. Once your issue is resolved, you'll be able to link your account. Okay, hopefully it boots. It does that, but then it boots into the game anyway. I'm just like, we don't play it full screen. Maybe like it might run better. Maybe, I don't know. Can't look at the game when you play so I fear it'll crash. I might try reinstalling my Google Play beta as well. You know, see if that helps out a little bit maybe. Like I say, it literally is just a Google Play beta because like everything in regards to emulators, everything runs fine on BlueStacks, on LD Player. I've got no issues on my PC at all. All my games run buttery smooth. Excuse me.
You're here. I've been waiting for you for so long. So long.
So long. So long? How long? Okay, let's try again. Seems a little bit better now. Maybe just because I'd left the client open for a while. See what happens. Touchwood chat. Pray for me. Pray for me. Prej. So yeah, regarding the streams over the weekend, they're going to be a little bit all over the place over the weekend because I've got some stuff to do over this weekend. But Monday, we're back at it. We're going to be smashing Arc Knights as well, guys. I really want to start caning through the story now as well.
It seems
sweet.
you've undergone unbelievable adventures to finally get here.
It just gone straight back into where we was. Have we?
My name is Ninsar.
That's kind of cool if we have.
Don't you have anything to ask us?
Audio's definitely better.
No,
Touch wood.
I have nothing to ask you, Bloodline of Cosmos.
Wait. Was that my dad? Dad?
How do you know?
I just do.
Was he talking to them?
Everything in this ordered world is crystal clear to me. I know all the answers to any question, without any rhyme or reason.
Might have a memory leak issue. Could be, yeah. Could be. Actually.
Come.
We'll have a look in a second. Actually, I'll get it up so I can see what's going on.
The seer, right? So, the future cosmos did receive an interesting
I
prophecy.
do quite like her
I
design.
knew that a person who was
Like,
so
it's,
good at disguise wasn't as ordinary as he seemed.
Quite elaborate. I quite like it. I like the fact that she's got that giant statue with her as well. She's way less annoying than her brother also. Like, he's an annoying
I
little
can't
shit.
see through you, but since you're favored by the Library of Babel, I'm willing to help you find the answers you seek. As
Yeah,
a
on
matter
Blue
of
Sats,
fact,
Ark Knights runs
I'm searching
smooth
for
as butter.
Tasni
On this,
too.
not so much. Anticipating Erishan's next question, Ninsar answers before she can even speak.
Tasni is my bloodline.
Does that thing fight with her?
Speaking of which, I do have a question that only you can answer.
Ooh,
Have you
I can
seen a
smell
librarian named
smell weed.
Enki on the list?
Yeah, we haven't met him personally, but we know who he is,
No.
yeah.
And
Annoying
your
little
name
brat.
is not on them either.
I see. Looks like neither Enki nor I have returned from the journey. Let's go. Time is ticking.
How are
Okay.
we supposed to find Tasni?
Ninsar joined your party.
I know how to find him. Just follow my lead.
Is that about the...
Is
Oh,
this what
shit.
pain feels like?
What about the repulsors? What did he say? A repulsor's field will push the character away. You can pass it by fixing it in place. Same way as repulsion ball has golden cracks on it that can be destroyed by a okay. Guess, do we want to do the other one then? Oh, we just want to get past it, yeah? Okay. Still not running great. Oh, she a bit of an... Oh, okay. I kind of like her.
Let's go down the stairs.
Damn, that's kind of sick, actually. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, dude, her brother is so annoying. Yeah, is it bad on stream, is he?
A dead end.
Oh my days, bro.
It's not a dead end. You know what to do. Bloodline of Cosmos.
It's running smooth for me.
Don't
It's just-
talk
I
like
hate
you
the
know me
Google
so
Play
well.
beta, man. It sucks so bad. Probably that's better. No, it's not. I'm sure I'm gonna have to close the game again. Yeah, it's this fucking emulator, man. Sorry. My bad. They've got to sort something out about this, haven't they? This is like gonna kill the launch of the game. You know, it might run good on mobile, but I think I don't know actually. How does it run on mobile? How does it run on mobile, chat? Somebody commented on my video yesterday said it runs buttery smooth on there, and they've got a crap mobile phone. But I think their PC audience is going to be burning. Was it running better yesterday? Better than this, yeah? Still having issues with it though. Like certain areas I go into and the game just runs like ass. But I was watching a bit of Genazad as well, and he
You're
was having
here.
the same problems.
I've been waiting for you.
I don't
for
know what
so
his PC
long.
is though. You know what I mean?
So long. So
But all these
long.
games just launch an official PC version. I suppose it just depends on a company's resources, right? Because obviously, mobile market's going to be a massive market for them, so they'll probably prioritize it. And then if they've got the resources to build a PC version or have a port ready to go, on launch that can do that. But not all companies have that ability. I believe they do have a PC port coming. But I'm assuming they just wanted to focus on maybe getting the mobile version out. But they've been responding to this, so they're obviously seeing it as an important factor for them. I remember the beta Black Beacon ran well on my tablet, but I'd rather stuff like story content in Arknights or Reverse 99 on my tablet than action games. Yeah. Mobile market is such a strange thing to focus on when developing an action game.
Undergone
It's
unbelievable
massive in
adventures to
SEA
finally
in
get
China,
here.
isn't it?
I know how to find him. Just follow my lead.
Okay. Is it running smooth on stream now? I do like that attack from hers where you can hit that like AoE and then bounce back in like. Better, yeah? Okay.
A dead end.
It's not
So,
a dead end.
I feel like
You know
this
what
gets a
to do.
PC clone.
Bloodline of Cosmos.
95% of
Don't
its
talk like
problems
you
are
know
going to
me
be
so
fixed.
well.
In terms of objective problems. Oh, I've got to attack it 5 times. Maybe your attack's... Man, the game's running like shit. She was attacking too slow to do that.
Who's that Inky you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, it really does
He's
suck.
my younger brother. He
A
ventured
shame, because
down
like,
the path of
combat
no
in this
return
game
before
actually
I
seems
did.
kind of
I went back
interesting.
to find him
Man,
and
it's
bring
really
him back.
terribly.
But now it looks like I failed.
Like sometimes I literally can't even dodge stuff because like the game just locks up, right? That was just waiting. That's kind of cool though, man. She's actually kind of sick though. I like her.
Let's move upward.
Do I have like the worst running version of this game ever? And I've got a beast PC. What the hell? Like, everybody I've seen streaming this, it's not running this bad for them.
Because your
Is
partner
there anything I can change in the settings that can maybe...
answer.
Wow. This is unplayable. Is there anything I can
Those who
change here that can
embark on the
potentially...
path will be removed from the list of librarians.
So you can have it top
The
down,
library's
isometric, or you can go in
prophecies are
over the
bound to
shoulder.
happen.
The problem over the shoulder
All those
is
prophecies are
left clicks to look
predetermined
around. And it's not fully... it's still in Windows, so you can mouse constantly exit the screen. It's a bit rough in the third person mode. Can I not? This is not going to change anything, is he? I have to go into the full settings, yeah. Can I, was it now? Shift tab, yeah. What if I go into full screen? It'll run better. Bro, what is happening? Why is it running so bad right now? Let's see if it's maybe just his level, man, and we can get past this and maybe it'll be better. What the fuck? I cannot remember the last time I played a game that ran worse than this. And I've played some shovelware on Steam. You know, I'm talking about games that cost like 17 pence and are made by a Russian teenager in the bedroom. Just for fun, you know? Maybe I need to mess around with my virtualization settings or something.
The director's office is on the other side of this area. Let's head in that direction.
Is it possibly got even worse, right? Can't pass through from this side. I need to go upstairs then. It seemed to have stopped having a fit. No, no, it's back. Go into the head library.
Why is this area blocked off?
This is the foolproof door.
Okay. Jeez, man. Can I back out to this a second? Oh, I have to go into it, yeah? I have to. See, it's a shame as well, you know? Because as I say...
Yeah, the coded gate
when you're actually in the combat,
brother.
And it's running decently.
Open only when all its questions
There's something here, man. There's something here. I hope they sort this soon. Because otherwise, it's gonna... It's not gonna do well.
Huh? Who in the world knows the answer to such a question?
249.
Correct. Next question. Don't even bother. This gate has 5,000 questions in total. Going through all of them will take you days, even without any breaks.
Let's just blast it away.
No, it won't budge. It's stronger than you can ever imagine. Not even Mer can do anything about it.
Mer's the statue she created, yeah? If I remember right.
Inky left a back door so that someone could open it.
Someone?
The one who raised us. That's not important. Well, let's get back to the main hall, and I'll tell you what to do. See those messed up books? Inky did that on purpose.
Willie, he's a little shit.
Just put them back on the center shelf in a specific order, clockwise, and that gate will open.
Hold up 2 seconds. Seconds. have to restart my PC for this, so. Alright, give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna lose chat for a moment, alright, chat. Okay, so I won't be able to see it. I'm gonna bring up the stream on my phone, so I will be able to see, but I won't be able to see it on PC. I'm just gonna restart my PC, man. Switch over here, second chat. Switch over here, second. Let me bring you up on my phone so I can see what's cracking. Because I think with LD player and BlueStacks, it's turned off. What is it? The virtual machine settings or whatever it is. I don't know if that causes issues with BlueStacks, but we'll have it on for now and we can turn it off, can't we? I'm personally farming the early stages so I can farm trust for non-leveled operators. At the same time, also, Mandragora is annoying. We're talking about it, yeah. According to Penguin stats, it looks like 919 is the best stage for RMAs. Are we talking about Arknights farming, yeah? I can't wait to get back into Arknights, actually. I'm looking forward to it. Hold up then. We'll just get chat back up, booted the PC back up. Give me a second. Should be able to just get restream chat back up. Hopefully it doesn't freak out, because it likes to freak out. It's really shitty sometimes. Yeah, okay. I can see you guys. Awesome Thorthith. Let's have a look at Book then, guys. Let's boot up this piece of shit and see what happens, yeah? Otherwise, we're just going to sack it off and cry about it. Make another video. Shitting on the game. Fuck this game. Fuck this. Alright, let's see what happens, chat, and see what happens. I don't know if when we installed LD Player, you know, it might have unchecked those settings on Windows, because I think it does, doesn't it? It's got a different it's got clashing settings, hasn't it? I don't know if it does BlueStacks as well. I don't know. In regards to, like, you know, the virtual machine and the hypervisor or whatever the fuck it's called.
You're here. I've been waiting for you for so long.
Right, let's
So long.
let's see what happens and
So
cross our
long.
fingers. How long? That long? Alright, chat. Prage for me. Let me just hopefully this doesn't look like ass now, because I've had to well, not tab out the game, but you know. I hate this emulator. Fucking hate this emulator, chat. I really didn't hate this emulator before. I hate it now. I absolutely hate it. You Google. This is what is it? What was that fucking social media thing that they tried to create now? The Google fucking, what was it called now, chat? You know, we had like your Google circles and that. It was like, oh man, that's so shit.
The
Games sound so
foolproof
good. I
door?
think it's the emulator for sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the coded gate set up by my stupid brother. It'll open only when all its questions are answered.
Sit Doc, here's your question. How many moons would fit inside one Kepler 452b?
Huh? Who in the world knows the answer to such a question?
249.
Correct. Next
Alright.
question.
We did this, yeah. Let's just skip this bit.
See those messed up books?
Yep.
Enki did that on purpose.
Okay.
Just put them back on the center shelf in a specific order, clockwise, and that gate will open.
Okay, put them back on the shelf in a specific order clockwise. Collect books. Chat. Chat. Was it LD player switching off certain virtualization settings in my PC? It might have been, chat. Chat, it might have been. Chat, it might have been. It might have been, chat. Is that? It was put it in clockwise, yeah? Starting from where, though?
That's the wrong order. Didn't I tell you already? Start with the darkest side.
Oh, the darkest side. Wait, what is the darkest side? This side? Yeah?
Yeah. Keep arranging books like this.
Yeah, should go clockwise, yeah. Okay, so far so good, chat. So far so good.
The gate should be open now.
Yeah, I think what it was, you know, when I installed LD Player really conflicts with the virtual, what is it, the hypervisor window settings or whatever they are.
Because the one Enki fears will calm down after things are
and they really
sorted.
conflict. It's lagging though on stream. It's lagging on stream though, chat. Jesus Christ. It's okay. It's all right. Breathe. You don't want to drink alcohol tonight, Alt. You don't want to drink alcohol. Why do you want to drink alcohol? You know what I mean? You don't want to drink alcohol. Yeah, easy. Yeah, I think I remember now, when we installed LD Player really doesn't like, they're really, I don't know if BlueStacks does, so hopefully we don't have it glitching with BlueStacks now and we have to keep switching them on and off. It's not a major thing, but it just means restarting the PC every time we do it. Well, yeah, I play Arknights more anyway, so if this game has to take a back burner, it's taking a back burner because I prefer Arknights anyway, so. Okay, hopefully this is smooth now. Jeez. Jeez, chat, jeez. I really, it is a shame though. As I say, once you start getting into the combat and the game's feeling nice, the game's, there's a lot of potential here, I think. There's a lot of potential here. Need to get the shit together. Work with some of the other emulators. That says, oh, we've got to wait for Google to sort out their API because it's on Google's end. And get to BlueStacks and LD Player, then say, look, man, fucking work with us, get this going.
The foolproof door?
See those messed up books?
Yeah. Okay. How's it looking on stream? Smooth? Yeah? Okay, right. See, the problem is, when you click outside the emulator, yeah, it starts to look stuttery on stream. But the thing with this game, because your mouse is not locked to the game, it's easy to click outside the game. That's like, I just fucked, you know what I mean? I just fucked, really. How come I can't,
I'm sure you've noticed the darkest side. The moon never turns its back on us. She's always accustomed to tidying up. Yeah, keep arranging books like this.
Yes, I think it is, Fatless, yeah. Because I saw that when I tried to play it on BlueStacks. Like, the stuff come up and I was like, what does that mean? So I googled the codes and I was like, anti-cheat. I was like, the game's telling me I'm cheating. Never in my life. Never even been accused of such a thing. So I was like, fuck this. I didn't know what was going on then. I was like, oh, actually, yeah, it's probably, it doesn't like the emulator. It's seen it as a kind of,
Enki fears will calm down after things are sorted.
Third-party software, right? I think there's some sort of overlay, potentially. I say that. I have played PUBG before on Nox Player. I only did it a couple of times and I felt bad. Well, I didn't really feel that bad. I did feel a little bit bad. Because you just shit on people because they're playing on mobile.
Looks like we'll have to deal
I can understand games doing that like that, you know what I mean? You know when they're like PvP games like that. I get it. It makes sense, you know? You're not going to want people ruining ruining the integrity of PvP when you're on a mouse and keyboard and somebody else is on a mobile device. You know, it's not really fair.
Emergency evasive action!
It's like the game. It's like play with one hand, isn't it? Really, it just feels so odd. Oh, I didn't time that right. Shit. I gotta get used to that attack. Keep timing it wrong.
Go check
You
under
know where
the
like
desk.
you hit him, spin out,
There,
and then come
you'll
back
find
in.
the answer you're seeking.
It's so weird having space as my basic attack, man. It's so odd.
Inky, stop right there! Mer, catch him!
Not Pig struggling and running the game and fighting for his life with Google Play, and the chat's just discussing Arknight's farming. Hey, it's all good, man. At least you guys are just enjoying yourselves, because I wasn't. Oh god, I hate this kid.
Long time no see, Ninsar.
This kid is such an unlikable character. So far, I haven't really fell in love with any of the characters yet either. You know, there's not a character that we've met when I'm like, oh, I really like this character.
You are such an...
You gonna slap him? Slap him?
Sis?
Please slap him. Oh, she didn't do it. She lost her fucking balls.
I've been
Slap
looking
him.
for you.
It gets worse, does he? Oh, God.
Why did you go on the journey alone without telling me?
I swear all gacha games have got out of one character, haven't they?
You! All right. My bad. Just don't do that. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Don't give me that look. Seriously, I mean it. I won't do it again.
He turns his head towards us. Hey, look, mate.
By the way,
Can't help
who
ya.
are they?
Can't help ya.
Why don't you introduce me to them? Hey there, guys. Are you Ninsar's friends? I can't believe my silly sis actually made friends. I'm Enki, her younger brother. That's obvious, right? Well, I mean, if that's not obvious to you, then your stupidity would go beyond the height of folly. Your outfits. Are you also Emaons? But I've never seen you in the tower before. Are you newbies who joined after I left? Wow! Then you must have heard about me from my stupid successor, Cosmos, right? Exactly!
He clears his throat and raises his head proudly.
I am his mentor, the 372nd director of MAN, and the greatest genius this tower has ever known, beyond the reach of all. That is, I am...
Oh, is it midnight for you, is he?
Tasni!
Oh, you got college essays in, due in. I didn't realise it's 10:05 here. Damn. The foolproof door clear. So we can start, we can start the farming stuff now, yeah. Anyone I've seen glazing chapter 1? Yeah, dude, I saw some people saying, I think it was in Amethyst Abraham's video or chat that was like, oh, chapter 1's a banger.
This is your office, Director.
I ain't seen that
According to
yet.
the rules, I'm supposed to give you a brief introduction.
Skip the introduction. Just give me the key to the file cabinet behind the mural and the key to the safe in the hidden compartment in the floor. Oh, and the code to the gate in the hidden compartment
I
behind
will
the
give
large
them credit. I
bookshelf.
do like, because like this one thing that Arknights could genuinely
forget
benefit
it. I'll
from
crank it
is, you know, this
How many
animated
times have you sneaked in
L2D
before?
visual novel style storytelling.
Besides the times
Like,
you
man,
caught me?
that would elevate
I don't
Arknights
remember,
to a whole
but
new
who
level,
cares?
wouldn't
This place is mine now. Got anything else to report? If not, just leave me alone.
This
His words give
is
me
the
a headache.
password for the Tower of Babel's core server, along with the key to the first original archive of historical documents. And here, the highest authority password for the CAVE Central Database. Are you even listening, Director? The
Yeah, Reverse
CAVE
has more
leaders
charm
have
than
been
this, in my opinion.
notified about the change in MAON's
I like
leadership,
Reverse
and
1999,
they're
I do.
planning a remote meeting this afternoon.
Put it off.
Huh?
Well, that's fair, yeah. I ain't gonna argue with that,
better
Relton.
yet, you can attend in
Yeah.
my place. I didn't become the director just to listen to those blabbering idiots.
Enki.
It would be nice in Arknights, alright.
We are MAON, the mouthpieces of the gods. We are obliged to listen to the prayers of the travelers from all directions and solve their problems.
Wait, we're the mouthpieces of the gods.
This
Mouthpieces of
has
the
been
gods
the
now.
teaching of the MAON since it was founded. You are now our director, our spokesperson. You must take your responsibility seriously. It's not something you can just say
I
no
was the
to.
gaffer. Can't I decide who gets that job? Monogatari 1999 was the early translation. It was such a slog to get through.
Meeting, Nana.
But
it's fine. I'm a Tasni too.
Back from the meeting with that bunch of morons?
Yeah, it's true.
Anything
Relton, yeah.
interesting? Well, forget about those idiots. I'm about to optimize the foolproof door to version 8.0. Come and see what other questions I can add here.
Nothing
So
special
are these
happened
characters
this
not
year.
mortals, then?
All the other beacons, except the black monolith at the Tower of Babel, have stayed quiet.
I knew it. Nana's just so stuck in her ways, to put it politely. She said she listens to the
They're
prayers
human,
of
okay.
travelers from all directions when, in fact, she just wants to check for any anomaly and keep tabs on everyone around the world. Obviously, we all know that anomalies have occurred maybe once every decade, if that, over the past century. Seriously, they should just disband this so-called
The
CAVE.
artwork's nice, though. The artwork's
When
really
was
nice
the
in the
last
game.
time we heard anything about Nemesis? They've been gone for years. If you ask me, they're smarter for bailing early after seeing the writing on the wall.
But something interesting is going on between Polestar and Cyril.
What's so interesting about countries' politics? They can do whatever for all I care. It's always about famine, plague, and war. Same old boring stuff over and over again. Unoriginal and incredibly stupid.
They're having a contest about the same old boring stuff.
What kind of contest?
They're seeing who can break the speed limit of 7.9 kilometers per second first.
Okay.
So, who will win?
Cyril.
How much longer till they do it?
24 years from now.
I guess I'll have to pick up my pace.
Pick up your pace for what?
What are we fucking talking about? I'm sorry,
Answer
like,
my question, Enki.
I feel this game makes me feel like I'm stupid because like they start talking about shit, and I don't know if it's just so unengaging. And I'm just
Or
like,
the foolproof
what are
door
we on
version
about?
8.0, of course. Once it's done, no one will be able to disturb me anymore. This time, I'll add 1,000 questions so those dimwits won't be able to finish the game within their lifetime.
I thought there was 5,000 questions anyway. You're not supposed to understand anything going on here yet. I think it's... Oh, okay. So it's one of those. It hits me with it and then it's like, oh, okay. All right,
Why
okay.
did you become the director of Emion, Enki?
Hey, Utsutsa. I heard everybody say that the other day.
Whoa!
I got, you know what it was? Because I've been in a
believe
calorie
you're
deficit
actually
recently,
asking someone a
and
question.
I've been reducing my carbs a lot as well.
I know the answer.
And
but
I didn't
want to
stream the
hear
other
it
day,
straight from you.
and I was that bored and hungry. I was like, I'm having a shave.
Well, I guess I'll have to give you a serious answer, silly sis.
So it'll make sense at some point then, yeah? Okay.
Because the director possesses the highest authority, not bound by any rules.
So
Nobody can stop me from doing what I'm about to do, not even you or Nana.
So, okay. I'm not against games doing that or stories being written in a way like that, you know, where they throw things at you that are either out of order or are happening later or have happened before, and then, you know, they bring it together and it focuses it. But if you're going to do that, what you're hitting me with has to be seriously engaging. I've had none of that in this game yet. I think the storytelling is such a miss for me personally. Again, like I say, I've heard people saying that chapter 1 was a banger. I ain't seen it yet. I am not seeing it yet. There's so much fluff. It feels so unfocused. I don't know if it's just that it's me. It might be, you know, it could totally be. End of the day, just because you can't engage with a certain type of storytelling doesn't mean it's bad storytelling. It just means it doesn't engage you. Because like I said, I've had plenty of people say to me they like it, and I've seen comments, and I've seen a lot of people saying the story slaps. Like, that's where I've seen on most videos that I've seen people making about this, they've been really positive about the story, and the comments have been really positive about the story, which was a shocker for me. I was like, wow, really? Okay. It's kind of caught me off guard, because the storytelling for me is just like, you know, not quite there. This is why I want to continue to play the game, though, because I'm willing to give it a try. Like I say, I might get another chapter and I'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense now.
When the beacon is activated next time, Ninsar, I'm going into the library, searching for its end. Finally, my journey will begin! Be happy for me, sis.
I think it's like reverse meets PGR. I think if your story enjoy the reads, everything you'll enjoy. Yeah, like, the thing is with those, both of those games are engaging and have an interesting premise right off the get-go for me. So, like, it captivates you. So you're like, okay, I want to learn. This hasn't done that for me yet, personally. Which, again, obviously subjective. Totally subjective.
What's wrong, Ninsar? Why
How long will I realistically give a game before I abandon it?
So down?
Well, it depends on how good the gameplay is. At the minute, the gameplay in this game actually has the potential to be really good. The control scheme just sucks at the moment, which hopefully they'll sort that out soon.
Stop it.
If the game's good enough gameplay-wise,
Both you and Anki are so smart, yet so
with these type of games, I
childish.
can potentially just ignore
It's
the story if I'm
moments
honest.
like these when I realize
I'll be less
you guys
engaged,
are
but
still
I can
just
still carry on
kids.
playing the game. But,
Remember, I've watched you both grow up.
It depends. If it's
I
a
can
heavily
tell when
narrative-based
something's
story
up,
game, then
even
man, if
if
it
you're
isn't got
trying
me
to
in an hour
hide
or two, I'm out. You know what I mean? But when it comes to like gacha type anime games, I'll happily skip through the story if the gameplay is good enough.
I'm here.
Nana, and Hidwana.
Dude, all I'm thinking
here.
of now is Mama.
Anki is about to leave, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Recent events seem to have made him anxious.
I do like the visual way the story's represented, though. You know,
Can we
I really
shoot down
do.
those artificial satellites made by Polestar and
How far did I get in? I haven't played it since, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie.
Well,
It was
if you asked me to destroy the moon,
a really interesting
I'd be
premise, but
tempted to give it a
was
shot.
I was finding that was struggling to pull me in as well, if I'm honest.
we can't, Ninsar. We can't interfere with those processes. Just like we can't stop geocentric theory from being proposed and heliocentric
Game
theory
felt a
from
little bit
being discovered.
laborious. I do mean to get back to it.
We
I am going to
couldn't
finish it
stop
at some point. though.
humanity from discovering that the Earth is round, or stop gravity from making that apple fall. Likewise, we can't prevent the discovery of the gravitational constant.
Don't get there, but isn't
or
this
the
Ambi's
launch
VA
of
for
the
Ninsa?
first
I don't know,
artificial
actually.
satellite into the sky. Sooner or
I think
later,
you made me realise that Unvoiced
the
Sword really isn't that bad.
rationality of this world will reach a point where it won't tolerate anomalies. Or us.
Yo, what's up, Sosa?
At
Oh,
that
you've been
time,
around since that video. Holy shit,
we'll
that's old.
quietly step off the stage for the sake of our compatriots still living in the cave. No need to be sad about it. It's an inevitable process. An unstoppable tide.
I quite like her VA. When we first met her, I wasn't into it, but
My sweet girl.
I've come to I think she might be the most likable character at the minute. Plus the fact that she says she does beat Enki. So like I was like, yeah, okay, all right, she's kind of based. You know, she was like, to get him into line, you just beat him, and I was like, yes, my girl, my girl.
My poor, sweet girl. Sleep now.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention. Did she
Sleep
just
in
die?
peace.
No, this is
What
an
are you
engagement.
doing,
Did she just
Enki?
die?
Ninsar complained to me about Sally always bothering her, so I'm making a cradle. This will help Sally fall asleep.
Don't treat Sally like she's some annoying cat. And wait, you're turning Ninsar's clock into a cradle? Isn't that hers?
But Sally is an annoying cat. She's always following us around.
Right.
Oh, fine.
You're annoying.
Let's talk about something else. I just spoke with Ninsar, Enki. You shouldn't have made your sister so sad like that.
Or did she just get to sleep then?
She
Okay.
wasn't sad at all, silly Nana. It was all an act. She doesn't get sad.
Fine.
I was paying so little
Whatever
attention. I
you
thought his sister died.
Actually, I didn't come to talk about your sister either. You're well prepared, aren't you?
I am. Are you here to stop me, Enhuduana? Just so you know, even if it's you, I won't back down this time.
Of course not. When your father, Tasney, brought you back from the library, I had a feeling this day would come. You're pretty much like him.
Oh God,
And
hopefully we
even
don't meet
more
him then.
like your mother.
Or his mum.
Our mother?
Yeah, your mother. Your mom.
Yeah,
was
he's like
even
dislikable.
More daring
There's one
than
thing
your
when a
dad.
character might be just too
She
chatty,
gave birth to you
or
while
they have a tone of
exploring the
voice, or they,
library.
you know what I mean. They're
And
just
after
not
entrusting you
like
to
it's
tasks,
like they've made the
She
character
continued her
purposely
journey
unlikable.
without hesitation. If it weren't for Tass's conscience, you might have ended up as nutrients for the library, I'm afraid.
That's a shame. Such a shame. Why would he go back for an independent life that only inherited half of his genetic information?
Your reaction is truly unusual. But yeah, that's what makes you their child. It's love, Enki.
I think they think Enki's charming and funny
The
though. Yeah,
answer
they've got to, haven't
is
they?
love.
They've got to.
His love for you overcame his faith. and his desire
Unless they're just
to
going to kill
ensure
him off and
your
everybody's going to be
survival
like, they're like, hey,
surpassed his longing
we had you in the
for
first
path
half,
ahead.
right?
I don't get what you're saying. Are you talking about the brain's release of phenylethylamine, oxytocin, or dopamine?
No, none of those. Remember this, Enki. No matter what, you and Ninsar are human beings. Only by understanding the vulnerability of being human can you appreciate the significance of strength. And only by knowing the brevity of life can you see the splendor of eternity. Once you understand what I'm talking about, you'll truly become an adult instead of a kid driven purely by curiosity.
Yeah, yeah.
I
You know,
don't
they
like
ain't
that
kid
look
anymore.
you're giving me.
Doesn't seem like it's
I'm
that
an
kind of
idiot.
game either. I don't know.
Well, you are. You know what? You've been calling others idiots this whole time, but you've never realized your own foolishness. Who's the real
We're about to
silly
get
one
some
here?
character development here, are we?
Hey! I'm not silly.
All right, you're not.
Yeah, he is. Complicate him.
I've seen your determination to explore the library. Now, all I can give you is my blessing for the adventure that lies ahead.
And Hidwana!
So, go, Enki.
I don't like her full name either.
Good luck to you.
Is that a real nitpick? And then Duana. I don't like that name. "23 years before the world calendar."
I am his mentor, the 372nd director of MAN, and the greatest genius this tower has ever known, beyond the reach of all. That is, I am... Enki Tasni!
Okay, so she's not dead. Why did I think she was dying?
I forgot to mention.
Did she just have a little bit of a crying
My
thing
full
before she
name
went to sleep?
is
Okay.
Ninsar Tasni, and the director Tasni you mentioned is my younger brother.
One good thing is the game does have a skip button, so there is that.
Because
I'm not
you
gonna
didn't
lie.
ask?
If I wasn't
I don't give
streaming
out answers
and
unless
potentially
I'm
following up my first impressions video with a "oh, I was wrong" kind of video, or actually I was right, or actually yeah, I'll stick to my guns, I'd have skipped this story by now and just be bombing through the game if I'm honest. Because yeah, this hasn't got any better so far. For me at least.
Huh? What's up with all the silence? Why did everyone suddenly get so quiet?
Like I say, they might hit me with something soon, and all this is like. But even if you do that, like, you know, it doesn't erase the prior slog, does he? You know, if it's like, hey, look how smart we
That old
was. It's
man's
like,
mentor is a brat. He's a brat.
yeah, true.
Hey!
He's going to be on screen
who do
a
you
lot,
think
is
you're
he?
talking
Oh
to?
God.
Cosmos respects me very much. Although he's a mediocrity, he's my apprentice. I can't just let your rude words slide.
She is Cosmos' granddaughter.
Oh, I get it. That makes sense now.
Maybe nitpicking, but as someone whose first language is not English, it's weird / funny how serious and deep Nana sounds, but also constantly says yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's the premise. I don't know if it's the characters. I don't know if it's the storytelling. I don't know if it's a combination of all these things. Yeah, you know, like, don't get me wrong, all gacha games don't necessarily hit. I'm just trying to think. Recently, of gacha games that I played that's had a story that's disinterested me so much as this. I can't think. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I think this is probably in recent time. This, you know,
It's pretty much like when I'm always calling Enhidwana an idiot. She's trying to show affection to me, right?
Yeah, I think you're right, Reldon. I think they think he's really likable, don't they?
Who are you saying is trying to show affection to you?
Like, all of this feels like more than a week's worth of filler episodes in Naruto.
Sorry about her misbehavior.
Looks like you're really
I
getting
hate to say it, but I couldn't even get to 1 week with Movie before dropping it. You know, I think a lot of people, man, 1.0 was rough in Wuthering Waves for a lot of people as well. You know? Like for me,
but then again,
1.0 was kind of rough in Wuthering, but the premise was enough to keep me going, and then 1.0 ended quite well, and 1.1 was a banger. 2.0 has been great as well, but I can imagine it being enough to make some people check out, because
so you've come from 80 years in the future.
It had some rough patches, man. It really did. I mean, I don't mean patches in literal patches, but like parts of the game. The best parts of Wuthering Waves for me is end of was it chapter Act 6? Like, you know, up to the Thenodian bit. 1.1, 1.4, and 2.0 for me were really good. I loved 1.1.
Library. I've gained new insights about this place. Can I touch you?
No. Prefer to keep an appropriate distance. Pass on that. Is he gonna touch me?
Your skull looks normal. No hidden organs, or extra ears or eyes. How do you perceive the abnormal passage of time? Or maybe you don't actively perceive it. Seven cervical vertebrae, 12 thoracic vertebrae, and 24 ribs. Your bone structure is just like that of an ordinary human, so what makes you so special?
So far, 2.2 in movies, I've heard yeah, I need to play 2.2, Reldon, because a lot of people have said to me that 2.2 is like
heart and lungs seem pretty normal too.
It's really good.
Well,
a lot of the Wuthering Waves community loves to say that a lot, but I've heard even people who I do listen to, you know, I respect their opinions, have said the same as well. I'm like, yeah, 2.2 is actually really good.
Master Anki, please be gentle with our seer.
Yeah, I understand that, Fatles. I understand that, definitely. I feel ya. It's like I've been trying to squeeze in some Throne and Liberty again at the minute, but it's just, you know.
Well, then can I study this
hard, isn't it?
on your shoulder? How fascinating! A bird that possesses human intelligence and can transform into pure energy. What exactly are you?
Nice. And Chirp doesn't like him either. Let's go. Let's go. So, see, it's like, it's weird. This is what I mean. It's like this juxtaposition in the writing that, like, it feels like they think Enki is likable, but then at the same time, they've written the other characters that actively can see how annoying he is.
Never mind.
It's like a weird duality there.
Like cheating if you can just go wherever you want. It's dull. I want to savor the novelty of this library fully.
It's like you say, though, it feels like they're trying to write him as one of those cheeky, chappy kind of characters that the other characters just don't get him, but really everybody else does outside the fourth wall. But it's like, nah, bro, nah. Everybody else is right. This dude's a dickhead. I've totally forgot what we're talking about as well.
What are you talking about? Are you thinking I'm a fake or something?
Recount what I heard from Zero about Enki's remarkable achievements. What was his remarkable achievements? Oh, was he the one who she said invented, like...
The truth verifier? The singularity
Oh,
explosion
yeah,
model?
yeah, I
And
remember
the complete
now.
language? What the heck? I never made any of those.
And that was it that she said.
Master Enki.
He invented
The
a language
librarians
that
gave
was
them
like a
different
third
names from
language.
what you originally
So you
called them.
people could speak together. It's just like what you mean, learning a different language. What?
The truth verifier is actually the multi-button self-regulating rhythmic hypnotizer.
It's almost like she went, dude went, all right, look, we need a German bloke to be able to speak to a French bloke. Try speaking English. You'll both understand that.
Keeps clattering away all night. Perfect for curing insomnia. But those idiots thought it was a waste to have it by my bedside, so they forced me to hand it over. But before I did, I gave it one final
The way this is written, I
There
feel
are
like
no
I could probably
propositions
listen
in
to
the world
this
that
at
this
night.
machine can't prove.
You know, like as
If
I'm
they want
drifting
to
off
hear
to
it
sleep,
clatter,
and
they can
probably
listen to it all
potentially
they
maybe
want.
enjoy it.
So
There's
how's
a
it going
gaming
after 8
session.
years? Is it still clattering away?
It's a bit jarring.
As you expected, the truth verifier still operates to this day, ceaselessly outputting the proof process. We simply cannot repurpose it.
I see. So, what about the singularity explosion model you mentioned?
That is actually your personal cookbook called Singularity Popcorn.
Oh, right! But I thought it was a complete failure. I was trying to calculate the exact space-time coordinates where the shockwave of a singularity explosion would decay just enough to turn corn kernels into popcorn. But the next singularity cycle would take too long for the recipe to come to fruition in my lifetime.
Is that supposed to be
So,
like...
I took that cookbook into the shredder.
That's...
Wait, did they retrieve it?
Exactly. The librarians retrieved that invaluable book from the shredder.
Seriously, I just don't understand what those idiots are thinking.
And when they say
What
shockwave from
about
a
this
singularity,
complete
what do they
language?
necessarily mean?
Which
The
one of my
implosion
genius
which creates a
creations did they
singularity.
misunderstand this time?
Because a singularity itself isn't actually emanating a shockwave, is it? And shockwaves don't happen in space anyway. You can have gravitational warps you can have happen, right? Not necessarily shockwaves, because shockwaves pass through air, not in a vacuum. You know, obviously I know you can have big enough explosions and big enough energy releases in space that cause like actual warps in the space-time continuum, so to speak. So that they are ripples, basically. They're like ripples of space and time, aren't they? Is a singularity necessarily emanating? Whatever, I'm thinking this too much. I'm thinking
That is a
about this too
brand new
much.
language you invented to eliminate all communication barriers between humans. Every word
That's it.
in
This is how boring
as
it is. I'm
precise
like,
as
wait a
math.
minute.
Oh, so you're calling it the complete language. Well, that's a way better name than what I had in mind. I was going to call it a vulgar language even fools can understand. Those idiots speaking different languages keep annoying me every day. So, to solve the problem once and for all, I dedicated myself to unifying all the swear words in and others into a single language.
What?
All I need to do is
Can you put
unleash
Subway
a
service on the side of something? I'm losing my mind.
language, and anyone, anywhere in the world will perfectly understand what I mean. I'm busy, so stop bothering me and get lost.
Right, I'm glad you
And the
like. I'm
best
glad you
part?
guys are here right now because
Retains the emotional essence of
obviously,
the
like it
original
says, I'm sticking to this for the purposes of not so much content for the stream, but like in relation to being able to give my viewpoint to the game. I'm glad this is not just me, because, like I said, I've seen so many comments recently. Well, today specifically, in comment sections on videos and other content creators talking about that the story in this is good. I was like, dude, man, like, I'm not seeing it, and I was starting to question it. Like, am I just stupid? Like, I know I'm stupid, but I was like, am I that stupid? All right, no worries, buddy. Catch you later. Thank you very much for stopping by. Appreciate you hanging out. I'm feeling conflicted now. God, now I've learned new useless facts. Right? I'm glad you're aware. Right, you new sleep
They're
paralysis
here in
demons,
this era
Enki.
because they need something from you.
Oh, right. You guys are here for that copper sphere, right? Got any specifics on it?
As it crawls up to you, can you
Yes,
calculate
it
the
is here.
distance that a singularity would cause a popcorn kernel to pop?
Awesome, let me take a look. Nope, never seen it before. I have no idea what it is.
I knew we shouldn't expect much from this cocky runt.
Oh, I see. So you not only admire your grandpa, but also have respect for me. Looks like your grandpa taught you well.
Admire? Respect? Taught me well? Who are you talking about, you little...
Please just ignore her, Master Enki.
It's alright. Do you recognize this, Ninsar?
Yeah, I'm totally okay with getting into mathematical probability, like, leaning into some science, even if it's pseudoscience, because hey, I'm a big Star Trek fan. I love me some pseudo-scientific jargon. Love it. But this is just boring, man.
You are the source of life. You fell from the heavens to the Memphis River. Your descent was meant for us and stirred ripples throughout the valley.
We're talking about me?
At dawn, you rise in the sky. You exalt the day. You
She's talking
give
about
nourishment to humanity,
the sun.
just as you give them life.
Spare us your mumbo-jumbo prayers.
I'm translating the text on this sphere.
Oh, okay. Alright, sorry, my bad.
It's a hymn. An ancient
Yeah, let's do
ode
that.
from Memphis praising the sun.
Let's do
More
that.
specifically, it's a hymn written by the 18th monarch of Memphis, Akhenaton, in praise of Aten, the god of the sun. If I'm correct, this copper sphere you recovered from the Philistine Sea. It's the god of the sun for ancient Memphis.
I think I kind of want to go back to when the
now you
game was
mention it, it's
glitching.
hard to understand
That was
why it
less
looks a bit
annoying.
like the star simulator I made earlier. I see. So basically, this stuff is a magnetically confined fusion reactor.
It's almost like they knew this was super annoying, so they're like, yo, we've got not just a 2 times text speed, we need a 2 times speech speed. The god of the sun is a magnetically confined fusion reactor.
Just as we suspected, Eri.
I had a feeling it might be something like that, but I didn't think it would be an actual nuclear explosion. No wonder it obliterates everything.
Well, that's not quite the same thing, though, is it?
Why are you so surprised? Even the real sun is just a massive fusion reactor.
But it's not exactly the same
Because
thing,
of the
though.
beacons. The beacons, of course. They're all anomalies created by beacons. And there's more than one beacon in this world. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them happened to fall in ancient Memphis. It's not really a god. At least, not in the grand universal sense.
The idea of God originally came from ignorance. Ancient people did not understand the unknown and could not control it, hence they revered it as gods. It has nothing to do with rituals, worship, sacrifices, fear, obedience, or faith. It is just a collective term for things beyond human knowledge. And any phenomenon caused by these things beyond human knowledge is called an anomaly.
Any highly advanced technology might seem like magic at first. But once you unveil the mystery, you'll realize that it's just boring stuff. But come to think of it, for early humans, the sun was a celestial body that brought life to everything. For present humans, the sun is a star that constantly produces nuclear fusion inside. Worshipping the sun for humans is like worshipping farming and production. So, if one can harness the power of nuclear fusion, they essentially harness the sun itself. Even if we keep calling this copper sphere the god of the sun, it's not entirely wrong.
I think you're overcomplicating things. Let me simplify it for you. Imagine you throw a light bulb into an ant nest, and the ants start worshipping it as if it's a god or something. Now, imagine that copper sphere as something left on Earth by some powerful alien, then discovered by a bunch of monkeys who end up worshipping it like a god.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
It's got to have been, yeah.
Anyway,
I was just
if
thinking
there's
that as
a
well,
language that
Fatless.
can
When was the
control
last
copper
time I
sphere,
actually
it probably
played
would
the
be
game?
language of Memphis, or any human language.
Now, I'm okay.
It
Like,
is
don't get
obvious
me
that
wrong.
the sphere was created by
I'm
someone else.
okay
Let's call
for,
them gods for now.
you know, big jaunts of storytelling. If you're gonna hit me with something that's like, whoa, okay, whoa, damn, this is interesting, this is cool, this is really, this is none of that. This isn't.
Naturally, those creators use the language of the gods, or a language completely
This
alien to human
needs a
understanding,
rework.
to command their creations.
Interesting. Now that's
This
interesting.
definitely needs a rework, doesn't
A
it?
vulgar language even fools can understand.
I mean, this is going to
completely.
filter a
I didn't
lot of
mean to venture
people.
down the path of no return. Now,
I feel
if
like
there's a language
most
that
people
commands
would have
gods,
skipped
then I
this
should
by
definitely
now.
include it in a complete language. Even God should be able to understand a complete language. While I continue my journey, I'll
Like,
help you
why
study
can't we
sphere,
just
and then you'll
acknowledge
call
what we
the gods to
think it
figure out your
potentially is without all
How long do
this?
you think it will take, Master Enki?
3 years should be enough. Since you can travel through time, meet me in this sector 3 years from now. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see what surprises you will bring.
Do we get? I'm sure we get some explanation of our time travel. Yeah, it seems very throwaway. I forgot how to play her now.
It's time to compose a new piece.
I forgot how to play her. I forgot how to play her right after the tutorial, but I've totally forgot now. I was gonna have to learn as we go, man. Something about, was it 4 basic attacks? And then we queue? And then we stack our... What was our concerto? Was our concerto?
That's it.
Chords? Yeah.
Feels like nothing really happened at all. Like always. What did you do exactly?
I'm not sure either.
I'm getting more and more intrigued by you.
So what, can we
Never mind.
choose who we pull through time
Report in
as
0.
well then?
Working on it. Something seems to have appeared on the desk.
How come only they got pulled through time? We approach the desk.
Hey, fools! If you're actually reading this note, congrats! You made it to the world 3 years later. Praise me, Master Enki, the great god of wisdom! I've sifted through all the documents I could find and translated everything about this copper ball into modern language. Yes, I was thinking of writing the conclusion of a vulgar language even fools can understand crossed out in a complete language, but Ninsar said you probably won't get it, so I gave up on the idea.
Just a bunch of
Seems like the
build
complete
calls and
language
then go
is
into
still too
tuning
advanced for
mode and
humans.
create notes.
Well, the stupidity of idiots never ceases to amaze me.
We'll figure it
I
out.
stored most of the documents in the
Sure.
library, planning to show it off to you, but then I realized it's not worth showing off at all. Displaying knowledge that even morons can comprehend is just plain boring. And who knows if you'll even find that sector after 3 years, so I just tossed it somewhere along the way. Anyway, there are 5 documents in total. If you guys don't have anything better to do, look out for them. Let's get back on track. I'm holed up in the conference room because of some emergencies. I've hidden the access to the conference room in the Hall of Keys. Grab it first and then come find me. I left some markings on the path to the Hall of Keys, so keep your eyes peeled.
Why?
What kind of markings
I
you
understand
ask?
we've got to
Well,
do these,
only the
but
genius
why?
like me can create. Don't bother looking for me if you can't even recognize them. After all, communicating with a dimwit would just bring me down to their level.
So the reason we got to do this is that the dude was just like, he writ this stuff for us, he got so bored, he was just like, I'll just dash it here, there, and everywhere, and then I've hid the key as well, come find me. But this guy is a fucking prick, man.
If I catch that pesky brat, I'll give him a beating he won't forget.
And I was kind of feel like her outro skill since you can swap her out once I made, and yeah, that's where it comes in with the coordinated, yeah. We'll try and figure it out. This game's turning my brain to mush, man, I'm not gonna lie. It's running better though now we've done the we messed with the what's
Why
it.
is this area in shambles? Is it abandoned?
Fluttering wings.
Yeah, turn it, put in the virtual machine and hyper, whatever it was, back on. He's definitely helped, hasn't he? What am I gonna do? Oh shit! Oh, we did. Oh, okay.
Like the heartstrings.
It's like when you're doing this is kind of fun, you know? Obviously the tweaks of the controls need to happen, but this part of the game is fun.
no room for error.
So, does that keep hitting them with dot damage when they're in there? It does, yeah, okay. What's going on, Bear? Is this an ARPG game like Diablo? Well, it's got an isometric viewpoint like Diablo. So, like, you know, well, it is an ARPG, but yeah, in regards to being isometric, yeah, that's about as well I'd end the comparisons, personally. Yeah, it's night and day, yeah.
That must be the marking Master Enki left behind.
Oh shit, there's
Let's
still
follow
2
it.
speed. Hey, we're breaking that then. I don't think we can break that, can we, like that? Maybe we need to flip the world, I guess, maybe. Can I pass through from this side? Do we need to flip the orientation or something here?
This must be the library Master Enki mentioned in his note. We should keep an eye out for the documents that Master Enki mentioned.
Okay. I like her, I do. She's like really simple, but like
Red hot, Ford!
always appreciate a big spinny hammer attack, you know? It's been done a million times, but I appreciate it. Right, okay. I'm assuming I've got to do something with these things yet. Oh shit, there's a bunch of them. Yeah, that's it. I do like a kit. I still don't understand it yet, but I do like it. I've got to do something with this. I'm gonna go down here.
We have made it to the Hall of Keys.
Okay.
The access mentioned by Master Enki must be here.
Can we stop calling him Master as well? Yeah, I can't be asked to read all that. I've listened to so much, you're not getting me to read that as well.
All things have
I
names.
usually
Names
would.
wield power,
I
shaping their
usually
existence
would. I
and binding their
suppose we're
essence.
not beating the
What do you
stereotypes
think?
types of EN can't read here, chat. But I've listened to enough to not bother to read that.
What nonsense are you spouting? But it's intriguing how humans managed to control the anomaly. The people
I
who
will
Memphis
say
were
though, I think I think if you do enjoy the story and you really engage in this, I think you've got an incredible patience. And I'm not even mocking somebody there. I do. I think you've got good patience, and obviously you're engaged by it as well. Okay. Do we need to go back there at some point then?
Speaking of that, why isn't that annoying brat waiting for us where we agreed? Is he trying to hide from something?
Hopefully this has got some good events and endgame content, you know, where you really just
A spark of inspiration! Thundering wind. Fall. Onto. End it all.
Red hot, Ford!
the combat wise, man, the kids seem kind of. I still don't understand hers just yet. Like, I've got to get used to
The
it.
conference hall is just below. Let's keep moving.
But they do seem interesting. You know what I mean? I suppose in regards to the combat, you can definitely see like the ex-Kuro kind of DNA there, and that is
Finally, we're almost at the conference room.
Okay.
Let's hope that
Interesting. I wonder if you have some good
or I'll...
puzzle / platforming stuff in the game then. And that's a compliment as well, saying, you know, you can see the Kuro DNA there. So I think when it comes to combat, they're really, really good at combat. Oh wait, so she buff characters then? Hefe.
Hey there, fools from 3 years ago. Since you've made it here, you must have found the instructions I left behind, right? Did you collect all 5 documents?
So, obviously I'm probably overthinking this here. Do people not age when they're in here or something? No, I'm being probably too literal here, but it's obviously 3 years later. You know, you'd think he'd be a bit older. This game, I think, really rewards quick swap, really low CD on skills, and there isn't as much intro-outro deal that would have you want to stay on one character. Yeah. Like I say, I've still got to get used to the kits, man. I've been so baffled by the story and technical problems. I haven't really given myself a chance to, like, start to learn the combat properly.
In any case, I gathered a lot of documents from the Midfield era and studied the light bulb thrown into the Ant's nest. Huh?
Now the game's running better. I can do some of the tutorials now and play with some of the kits because it's not stuttering all over the place. This is truly amazing. You generally... We've got to really say this. We've got to big him up.
It was a piece of cake, really. But honestly, when I found the answer, I was a bit disappointed. As I thought, those ancient people were just stupid. The language they revered as divine turned out to be so simple. Well, let me start from the beginning. Thousands of years ago, there was another beacon in Memphis, and it created an anomaly that enveloped the entire city of Akedaton, turning it into perpetual night. The only source of light in Akedaton was a metallic sphere that emanated light and heat non-stop, just like the sun.
Okay.
Amenhotep, the 18th monarch of Memphis, honored it as the god of the sun. He named it Aten, and changed his own name to Akedaton, which means the soul of Aten. The so-called language of the gods recorded in the ancient Memphis documents can be easily understood by any math professor in our time, and even more so in your time. If you've been to school, you should understand its true nature. In the Memphian language, Aten is referred to Aten, where A stands for 0 and Ten stands for 1. In their literature, all prayers related to Aten consist of only these 2 syllables. Seriously, it's getting tiresome explaining something as simple as a language with 2 elements. What's it called again? Precisely. The language of the god? It's binary! It's funny how millions of people worship the god of the sun, trying to please it with their prayers. But in reality, the god was waiting for them to give it commands. It responded not because it was happy, but because they happened to stumble upon the correct code. I've delved into your era over the past 3 years, of course mostly with information provided by Ninsar. It makes me laugh whenever I think about Akhenaten's capital city. It must have been like a keyboard, with each prayer being a key. Countless people spent decades typing away, finally stumbling upon a few valid commands, which they carefully transcribed and preserved as oracles. They could have commanded the sun to rise, yet they knelt to pray to it. Is there anything more stupid than that? And to think that the prayers from thousands of years ago eventually became the cornerstone of human civilization! That's the greatest joke ever!
So I think this is why he's so unlikable as well. I get where he's coming from in the regards, you know, he's a kid and the way he is and all that. But like, it's these statements of like, oh, civilizations from thousands of years. How could they be so stupid to just not know mathematics and fusion and quantum mechanics? And how could they just not know it? How could they worship the sun? How could they not understand that they could make this object work for them rather than work for it? It's just okay, bro. Okay, you're really smart.
Akedaton got completely wiped out by the god's anger. That's the whole story of Akedaton and Aten.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. This is definitely something that should be in notes you find around the map, yeah. Or in a little archive somewhere where you can read about it. I agree with that. This shouldn't be part of the main dialogue. I feel like I'm really moaning about this game a lot. And I do hate doing that, because I don't like watching streams like that, personally. I've got to be honest.
Don't try to change the subject, you little brat.
Speaking of which, Master Anki, where's Lady Ninsar?
Oh, right. Since I've given you so much information, it's time for a little favor in return. You've got to help me before I tell you the divine command to stop the sphere. Fair deal, right?
Yeah, whatever.
That's the attitude. Actually, not long after we parted ways with you, I had an argument with Ninsar, and that's why I'm hiding out
So
here.
I don't understand why you couldn't just tell us what it was.
Furious with
All
me
this
right
fluff, get it out of the way, and then just say,
What
"Can you
did
do
you
this for
do?
me?" And I'll tell you the crack.
I didn't really do anything. Here's the deal. Ninsar has a grubby cat. So, I made a cat's cradle to keep it from bothering Ninsar ever again. Once you place the cat inside, it won't need to eat, drink, or defecate, and it won't shed hair. It'll just sleep peacefully all the time.
That sounds horrendous. Why would you do that? That's just evil. You better have to take that back and shooting it. Like, what the fuck?
Why are you talking such nonsense too? It's a cradle! A cradle! Just a regular old cradle to make the cat sleep peacefully.
And what happened then, Master Enki?
Making a questionable device wouldn't make your sister that mad, right?
I think it's called death,
Well,
right?
the thing is, I made that cradle using a clock she had restored. Come on, it's not that big a deal, right? Why would she be so angry?
Master Enki, with all due respect, you really brought this upon yourself.
Is it really that bad? Hey, you! Is it seriously that bad? Ugh.
I genuinely would have
She
skipped
was
this chat
furious when she found out.
if it wasn't for
She even tried
the
to stuff me in that cradle.
content-wise.
I managed
Yeah.
to run away and ended up completely separated from her.
I think now on
Anyway,
because like you know
please
before I
help me
uploaded that
out.
video
I have no
today,
clue how to calm her down this time.
I said I'd watched other people's content and I saw a lot of people praising the story in that. I was like, I don't know if I should upload this video because I was like, I don't know if I was just not appreciating what was going on, you know? Nah, man, this is compounded my thought process on the game. Can I back out a second? Have I got to keep going? Does that back me out? Because yeah, this has got worse. This has got worse. It has. What are we at? What? Okay, so this has got to get good quick. This has, because I saw the comment on somebody's video earlier, and they were like, "Chapter 1 is banging." It's not. It's not. I'm sorry. No, it's not. And let's gamba, man. Let's cleanse the mind. Let's do some gamba chat. Let's do some gamba. I've got any gamba. Let's gamba on her actually, because I wanna get her because she seems fucking cool, man. There's something about the cradle clock thing. I think didn't they already talk about this? You might be asking if it's relevant, and it is, but it probably shouldn't be. Yeah, I'm hoping I get to a point at the minute, and it's just like, you know. It does take up way too much screen time, right? This guy makes Paimon, like, bring back Paimon. Hail Paimon. So, can you get this weapon from an event? Sure, I heard somebody say you can get that weapon from an event, yeah. Great task in 57 to claim. Oh, okay, I can get costumes and... Can I look at it properly? Okay, that's kind of cool though. I like the idea that we can get costumes and stuff. Okay, here we go. Vulcan's Grace. Finish quests and select 5-star weapon. Tasks 1 of 5. Reach Seer level 30. Retrieve a total of 30 times. I've done that. Clear main story 419. God. Brute force mode. The arithmetic unit complex clear each 3,000 points. Peripheral area, get a 3-star evaluation at level 6. Upgrade Babel Terror to level 4. So these are all the different ones I could choose to do. Clear Tom of Fate Exploration Mode Mysterious Chapter. Clear level 8 of Enki's Great Escape. Oh god. I like that though, that you can get a weapon though, yeah. The costume is bizarre because I think it looks substantially worse than a normal. Oh really, does he? No, nah, keep it. Not worth it. Yo, I'll buy it. Take my credit card. The one time you're like, yo, let me gamble it, man. Let me just gamble it. Oh, he's axed Florence's skin. Oh, yeah, it doesn't look as good, does he? Yeah, nah, definitely not. Yeah, no, you're right, yeah. Because Florence is, like, she looks awesome. Like, she is a good-looking character, she is. Can I actually look at her properly? There we go. Yeah, she's a nice-looking character, she is. Yeah, I suppose I'm expecting a little bit. I'm so much used to the Zenless scene switches and Enfield scene switches now, where I'm like, oh, just, you know, snaps in. Really nice looking character though. Really nice looking character. This game is the epitome. This could have been in an email. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for real. Like, yeah, man, the costumes are a massive downgrade. Like, massive downgrade. It's great though. Obviously, it was more bad then, really, with the way the game was running then. I suppose I can take that back a little bit. You know, the way I'd got my, well, not the way I'd set my settings. It's what LD Player had done to my Windows settings, why it was running so bad. So I will make a follow-up video. I definitely will. I will add an addendum there in the fact that the game is running significantly better now. Like, significantly better. I think that's worth updating alone, really. There might be other people having those issues, actually, if they've got LD Player installed. So what is it? Use those lost... Where do you use those lost times? It's like the Coral Store, yeah. Oh, sweet.
Master wants set.
Imprinter seeking time. So where did these go to? Is it in the store? That's a nice skin though, that is. Is that a skin or a character? It's a skin, yeah. That's a skin, yeah. Yeah, I like that. She looks really nice. She looks really nice, actually. Yeah, credit where credit's due. That's a really nice character design, that is. Who is that for? Is that for the character I've got? Oh yeah, that is, yeah, that's character. That's the character I've got, yeah. No, that's Logos. Oh, okay. Who's Viola then? Can I not look at the character? Which one's Viola? Is it this one? Wait for you after the story. If you don't like it, just skip. It's not worth it. Just make a video and say the story is shit and then let the shills cry in the comments. Now, I want to give it a chance. Like, I can't. I feel like I can't. I'm not one of those content creators that'll just be like, yeah, story's shit. And I played the first hour. I can say the start of the story is shit. But, like, I kind of want to see if it gets better. Like I said, honestly, I would have skipped this by now if I wasn't doing this for potentially making it. I don't even know if I'm going to make a video. But, I feel like there's a potential for this game to be good, I do, in terms of the combat. So I think it's only fair to... Well, not that many people watch me, but I think it's only fair to, like, community members and, like, the developers themselves as well, just to kind of get an experience of it, to, like, put my thoughts out there if anybody cares. Don't get me wrong, Jaya. Honestly, I would have genuinely skipped if it wasn't for doing this. That's the one on the left. Yeah, okay. Alright, cool. Yeah, that's a really nice skin, that is. I like that a lot, actually. I really like that. Don't get me wrong, the game has got some really positive things about it. Mainly the combat. The gacha system seems decent as well. The UI is good also. It's not all bad, but the story is fucking shit. Like, it is shit. Oh, can they not? Are they all character? I thought that actually yesterday. I didn't even look into it because when I was looking at the weapons, I thought that I was like, wait a minute, do you just straight up get the signature weapons for characters? Because like when you go to the characters, it's literally at the weapons. It's got their Where am I going to look at this? Like their face next to it, yeah. So I was like, oh, okay. Are these like signatures? Like, can you get? But yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's a shame. What's 1 week? What's this? Spherical fruit, small limited time. What is this? Strange multifaceted crystal of 6 magnitude, clarity. Choose to increase. Is this clarity? Is this stamina? Okay, so it's not stamina. Okay. I don't know what to use at the minute yet, so I ain't gonna do that. I'm assuming these at breakthrough items. Actually, what do I need? Let's see about let's see what it is to break through her. Do we need those little triangle things? Yeah. How many do we need actually? Okay. I need 3. Okay, so I need 1 more of those. The Moonlit Secret Realm or the Lost Time Store. Let's just get one of them.
Will deeper thinking
So
in
we
the
got what,
future
talent
lead us
unlocks.
to fully understand the human heart.
Okay. Ah, so this unlocks these. Doubles the number of chord echo gained from skill 2. Yeah, on that one, but there was like a thing when the weapons were up and it was like it had the name, like, and they had it all next to all of them. I don't know where it was now. It's when I was looking through something with the weapons and I was like, oh, wait a minute. So they've all got They've all got weapons, which because you can only use them on that character, I guess. I don't know where it was though, if I'm honest. No, it's... See, actually, I'm curious of breaking through this. Can I add more... Can I add more sinks to it when it's... Oh no, okay, so you can only add a certain amount of sinks. Okay, interesting. So, like... Really, then, with the extra copies of that weapon, it can't be used on anybody else. You might as well just dismantle it, yeah. Like you said, you get them... I haven't even got it. Yeah. So I'm better off just getting rid of that, yeah. Sweet. Ooh, nice. Okay, the game gives you plenty of free stuff though, right? That's what the bundle's saying then. Box of Full Moon monthly limit 1. 20 quid for 1280 and 5 of them. What will 1280 get us? It's just shy of 15 pulls, yeah. Was it 1500? 1500 for temple, yeah. But why have a weapon system if all the weapons are unique? They could have had a Wenjin. Yeah, I honestly, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. I don't know if it's just that these characters at the minute have got specific weapons and maybe that'll change, maybe. Potentially. Let's have a look, actually. Right, let's go to develop, weapon, replace. Yeah, no, look. Just got a bunch of those that you could use. Interesting. There's no crossover with any weapons then, like no swords can be used by other sword users. Oh, there's just different rarities. Oh yeah, might as well switch to that because straight away we're losing a bit of attack when we need to level it up and we're getting extra PS, yeah. No brainer. I don't want to use them just yet.
I will record these experiences.
Okay, so I need 3 more of those for her. I need 6 and 3, yeah. Definitely want to get those before I'll spend the rest of the currency.
I seem to see more things. Are those memories really
memories? Memories? You what now? Memories? Alright, come on. I want Florence. Give me Florence. She looks really cool. The better weapons look better. Okay, okay. So what have you got? We got like the blue, purple, gold sort of rarities, like.
Master
Is this guy any good Wuxi, destruction, combo, skill, single target? I'm assuming he's like a fast attack character then, considering he's using those dual blades. Well, I'm gonna go hard pity on this character then, chat. How many pulls have I done? 24 or 70. Oh no, I'm nowhere near hard pity. Shit, what is it for soft pity on the 70 banners? Is it 50 you start hitting pity? I really want to get her though, man. She looks awesome. 41 is he? Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, stuff like that's really cool. As these all healing effects become 10% more effective. Okay. Each hit from the golem increases Ninja's shield by 10%, stacking up to 2 layers. I think I might start building her. She seems kind of fun, actually. What little I've used her. She actually seems kind of cool to play. That's what I say. It's such a shame that I'm so uninterested in the story because obviously the control scheme sucks for me right at the minute. But I feel like, you know, if the control scheme was on point, I think I'll be having an absolute blast with this because I kind of like the combat. You know, I think the combat is actually pretty good. The more I've played of the game now, like, yeah, it's just a shame that the everything else has been a bit rough on launch. Increases Wushu's critical hit rate by 12.5% after using skill 1 dagger appearance, stacking up to 2 times. As well, I think there's part of me that's wanting to stick by the story a little bit because of that, because I'm actually enjoying the gameplay. Within an enemy, the bright blade or dark blade increases Wushu's attack by 10% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 4 times. Get her potential. Yeah, she seems kind of cool. Yeah, I agree. Oh, we got more for him now. He's interesting, but his combos are too long for a dark element. Are they? Okay. I don't think it anymore. So, in regards to the syncing like that, can you sync? Is there like a higher sync rate on the like a higher quality weapons? I guess like higher rarity, whatever you want to call them. Like how you've got like 3 syncs that you can do on these weapons. So like the different coloured higher ones, do they have like a higher ceiling on the syncs? Like can they get to like 4 or 5, whatever? I'm gonna go 2 in on this weapon, just in case I find something better soon. I don't know if I will, but yeah, I'm gonna level her up actually. I'm not gonna use those though.
A lie repeated 1,000 times will not become truth.
Elemental Analyst Darkness. Secret Alliance Elemental Supply Small. Actually, can I start doing those now? Because I think to do some of those... Oh, wait. To get to 1.9, yeah. I can get it out of there. Oh, I can do these now, yeah. Even the most intricate analysis will eventually give way. Clear stage. All team members survive. Clear time does not exceed 60 seconds. Let's have a look. 5-star weapons are 30% stronger than the 3-star, and then have a pretty strong ability on top of that. Okay. I mean, able to tell us I've not got dupes of any of the good weapons, right? Spent like $200 for Florence and never lost a 50-50 on her. The best gacha system ever. The gacha system seems pretty decent,
Spread
actually.
your wings, Ansu.
I don't know her kid at all, actually.
Fold.
Red hot, forge!
I'm doing this in 6 seconds, are we?
Fold.
Keep getting my parry.
Ansu. End it all.
Still got, like I said, still got to learn the kids now, actually.
Fluttering wings.
But I'm probably going to play this again tomorrow. I'm not going to lie. I know I've been bitching about the game a lot, but I'm probably going to play it tomorrow.
Need an umbrella?
Because, like, combat-wise, combat seems like it's actually really kind of
The
interesting.
area is cleared. The Duchess can be invited over now. Thanks to you, I have received this honor. I was
Okay,
merely
cool.
performing
Requirements
my
dispersed,
duties,
dark
and am
matter.
fortunate to have lived
So you
up
could
to
just sweep that now, yeah?
expectations.
How does that work then? Does it just fully straight clear it? Or do you have to sit and watch it? Right, let's sweep it. Nice, proper sweep. Okay, great. That's cool. So can you only do so many sweeps then? Is that the deal there? No, I can, okay. Oh, you can do as many as you like as well. Yes, I like sweeps, man. Nah, I didn't get it, you know, Jay. Actually, you know what? We were speaking about this earlier. Man, you know, they got rid of a camel toe, right? So I don't think I can enjoy even trying to pull for her now, right? That's what everybody's been saying. I think I'm just gonna have to just, you know, not get her. That's a joke, by the way. Because I've seen people getting really mad about that camel toe's gone now. Nah, but no, I ain't got her. I ain't got her. The 70-30 is insane and the 45 soft pity is insane too. Yeah, the pity system is fucking crazy. Like, Logos 5-star weapon. Yo, Shroll, thank you very much for the, Shiro, sorry. Thank you very much for the sub. Like, Logos 5-star weapon makes it so her notes do 80% more damage and do a team-wide 1.5% heal. Really? Okay. Yeah, no, Cantarella. That's not a kosher buff. No Cantarella, I'm afraid. Yeah, okay, so we are going to continue to give this game more chance, guys, okay? We are. Because the story, we spoke about it, right? It's not great so far. It's really not great. It's languishing. It's slow. I think it's wrapped up in its own sense of cleverness that I just don't think's warranted yet. Again, I might change my mind in a few more chapters. I've got to be honest. I always have to be honest. If I wasn't streaming and I wasn't potentially doing a follow-up to my previous video on the game, I would have skipped. I would have definitely skipped the last couple of bits of story. Definitely. You know? But the combat feels really nice. Feels really nice. Nice enough to the point where it's like, even if the story doesn't get better, I can ignore it. But that comes with a caveat that they have to make the controls better for PC. Either allow me to rebuy my keys properly, or allow me to rebuy my keys, and can I just please have a free camera? You know, in regards when I'm in focus mode, I just look left and right, and I look left and right. I don't have to hold any keys. I can then bind left click to attack. You know, and I think I'd be golden. I think I would genuinely probably, you know, this would probably go into the rotation of games. Obviously, that's all dependent on events, endgame, and content. Yeah, like, you know, the content might be trash, but the potential if there's like some cool dungeon crawling, fun ARPG gameplay is there. As I say, the combat and the kits feel nice. We just got to get the controls sorted now, and then obviously the content is a factor, but obviously we ain't got there yet. Who's his control only on the shorts, no camel toe girl. I feel like the gacha system in this is kind of, you also have to pull the limited weapon banner, so you kind of end up spending the same pools. Yeah, if the weapons are... Let's actually look, have a look at that. Have another look. So you get... It looks nice though, that does, doesn't it, actually? It's a nice looking weapon. So you get a plus... I don't even know what the standard weapon is though. I don't know what the standard weapon looks like. Plus 12% pierce. Each layer of Monarch stance grants an additional 4% increase to derived damage, and Blossom Dispersal increases penetration rate by 2% hit on an enemy. Stacking up to 5 layers. The stacks disappear one by one after 4 seconds. Yeah, that's... I wouldn't imagine that's a norm, no. I wouldn't imagine that's a norm. Not with, yeah, nah. I think that's just a little, honeymoon gift, isn't it, really? If it's not, then fair play, but yeah, I can't imagine it, continuing on. Weapon banners haven't been normalised. It's so cringe to me. I hate having to pull weapons. Yeah, it's the, like I say, for me personally, if you're going to have a weapon banner, I hate it because, like, I feel like I've been glazing Arknights and a Hypergriff a lot recently. But, like, do it like Enfields, you know? So every pull counts towards the weapon banner. So in a sense, it's like, it's almost like there is a weapon banner, but it's just the rate in terms of that you can fail, because in a sense there kind of isn't a weapon banner, because I'm just getting weapons as I pull anyway, you know? The problem is if you don't pull that banner, you're going to be using a Sync 1 3-star weapon forever. I'm the kind that needs a solid story to enjoy games, so I'm passing on this even if the combat's award-winning. A weapon, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I can understand. Some people are the same. Like for me, I think because I'm playing quite a few gachas. Sometimes I don't mind a story that I'm happy to skip, and I can just enjoy the content because like I'm saving myself 30% of my playtime, then 40% of my playtime because I'm just going through the combat, and then it allows me to like keep everything going, kind of thing. But I definitely would prefer it to be a good story, though, yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. It's totally fair. A lot of people would be the same as well. Yeah, I wouldn't say the combat's award-winning. It's solid. It's solid, but, you know, it's not like Wuthering Waves level. My main problem with Enfield is I'm worried whether or not they will play around with the weapons like Wiwa does, like a character with the spear, for example, actually using a hammer and stuff like that. Yeah, be interested to see what the deal is, to be fair. I can't wait to see what they've been cooking, honestly.
I am obligated.
I'm obviously very excited for the game, but I'm really interested to see where we're at, like, in the next... Whether they give us another beta, or they just show some gameplay off, or they do a live stream and talk about the talks, the changes, or they just do a dev notes thing. I'm very much interested to see what happens. Yeah, I hope Enfield succeed and normalise their weapon system. Yeah, I agree. I still find it funny how much people freaked out about Enfield's system. Like I say, I think most people will look at this and think this is a really good system because they're and I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's a bad system. I'm not saying that. I know obviously the weapons seem like they're very so it kind of works at the same. I'm not saying it's a bad system in comparison, but I think it's just because that system's been normalized. So as soon as you see that lower pity, you're just like, wow, this is awesome. You know what I mean? When it's kind of the same, but just a little bit better. Where for me, Enfield's is like, it's personally I think it's better, but it's also they're trying something different as well, I guess. Also a bit similar to what they were doing anyway, but obviously a better system, and then they're introducing the weapon system as well. I think it's a great way to do the weapons. And like, I think, you know, they could have easily just had a 50-50 weapon system and just gone along with a separate pool currency, and I don't think anybody would have batted an eye, would they either? But they've decided not to go down that route, which I really like that as well. It's like I say, going through the beta, I've got so many weapons in the beta. And obviously we'll have to see how things get tuned when the game comes out, and things might change drastically, I don't know, and it might become really stingy, who knows. But if it's anything like the beta, I'll be a happy chappy. The Enfield misinformation was crazy, bro. Yeah, people saw pity doesn't carry over on the 120 guarantee. Oh, and they just started making shit up. I was absolutely blown away by it, man. I was just like, yo, these guys are just making shit up. You know, I think the only people who are genuinely sort who didn't really freak out about it was obviously me. I made a video about it saying that I think it potentially, obviously we'll have to see what happens. It could be a really good system. And Tectone, you know, Tectone was another person who was like, hold up, guys. You actually look at this. This could be a good system as well. I think, obviously I'm probably missing a bunch of other people as well. But like, off the top of my head, I can only think of me and Tectone. We're actually like, wait a minute. Everybody else is like worst. People actually saying the worst gacha system ever. I was like, you guys have got short memories, man. You know, you guys have got short memories to say this is the worst system ever. You know, I'm not even trying to say it's the best system ever, but the worst system ever. That's wild. Wild. As you don't pull weapons, and also low bidding this doesn't help if there isn't a free-to-play option. Yeah, I was going to say, if there's no free-to-play option, then even if the low pity is good, it's still, you know, obviously Wuthering Waves has got a slightly better version of miHoYo's system, but at least there is plenty of free-to-play options in the game. Now, obviously, they're not as good, but they're there, and you can use them, can't you? And obviously, the ability to swap weapons. You know, obviously, some weapons might be catered specifically a little bit more to certain characters, but the ability to move weapons between characters is a big plus. Not being able to do that is a big negative. So I guess that's the caveats that we're talking about when we first saw the gacha numbers. I said, you know, I was like, there's got to be some caveats here because this seems too good. But there you go. There's a caveat that they're like, you know, weapons being locked to characters is one of those caveats, isn't it, as well? Which definitely leans into needing to pull on the weapon banners a little bit more. Or at least that's what it seems like anyway. Maybe there will be some free to play options coming up. Who knows? If I wasn't watching Peaks, I would think the same because everyone was saying it was like the worst system ever. I know, right? Yeah. I was yeah, like as a content creator sometimes, right?
Don't leave my side.
You find yourself second guessing yourself a lot because you'll experience something in a game, right? Like this was a perfect example, the story in this. And I know story is subjective, so it's a little bit different. And you'll experience something, you get an opinion of something, you're like, well, this is how this feels to me, or this is how this looks, or this is what this is saying, or at least this is how I'm understanding it. And then you go to some other videos and you see a bunch of people pretty much saying the opposite and people backing them up in the comments, and you're like, am I tripping? You know, you start to really second guess yourself. But yeah, that was one of the moments for me where I was like, no way. I put that video up being positive about the system, and then I looked up because I was one of the that was quite an early upload for me. That video was a lot of people put their videos up after me. Yeah, like I say, the only other person I seen who was actually like giving it a chance and actually looked like they were reading it was Tectone. Everybody else kind of like they kept talking about there's no pity carryover as well. That was what's frustrating me. And then they didn't seem to understand that even if you lost a 50-50, you could win basically, because like I did, I lost my 50-50, but I won the next banner character. Which if that happened in Wuthering Waves, people would be saying best system ever. You know, best system ever. You know, like if I just lost my Cantarella 50-50 to Zani, if that happened, people would be like, yo, Kuro were the best devs in the world. But like, Hypergriff do it and they're like, nah, fuck that, man. Fuck that, that's a shit system. The only big gacha games, it will be less pulls on average than Enfield to get right up characters and weapons is base Arknights. There's a number of people who did mathematical simulation. Oh, really? Is that? People come with the receipts then? Yeah, like, for me, just looking at it, it was like... And because you'll never find me say this is the best system in the world. I am obligated to protect you. I'm sure, I haven't played all gacha games. I'm sure there is gachas out there that, like, you know, it's just... Well, I think PGR is probably an example of a really good system. In regards to, because, like, you know, there's a... You can just guarantee characters, and the pity's kind of low and all that sort of stuff as well. You know, and you can get a lot, pretty much everything in PGR, I think, can't you? Now, don't get me wrong, it's got some caveats as well, like, but yeah, man. I didn't do the maths that deep, but like my girl math was enough to let me know that, like, yeah, this is not as bad as what people are making it here. Really not. Again, I said this. People were groomed by the HoYo system. That's what it was. You know, pity has to carry over, 50-50s, weapon banners, and then they think that's the best system in the world. And if that's not the way it's designed, but slightly better than HoYo, then it's a bad system. The HoYo formula is so normalized, exactly, yeah. Yeah. It works out around 76 pulls on average to get the rate ups and mid-50s for the weapon, which is a way. Yeah, and the thing is as well, like, even if you take out the averages, like, say you go to the 120 on the banner, you're getting 2 rate up characters, aren't you? Unless you win your banner right. Like how I did, I lost at, I think I lost my 50 at like about 69 pulls or something like that. And then obviously it's what, another 50 pulls to get the guarantee. So it's like in the space of being halfway through the pity on my like say you lost your 50-50 on max pity on Wuthering Waves, you know, and then let's say you had to go all the way to hard pity again. That's 160 pulls, right, to get your character. By 120, I've already got the character and the 50-50 loss, which in a sense isn't a loss anyway, because it's
leave my side.
It's a loss to
another to protect you.
Another banner character, or potentially another banner character. Obviously, as the pool gets bigger, you know, then that changes. Like, that will change. Like, the spool pool will be harder to get the characters that you potentially want, but still, you know. Be interesting to see what they do if they do a system, if it is like Arc Knights as well, only if it is like a proper premium banner system where there's like few and far between, but they're like, that doesn't come again kind of thing unless there's a rerun like in a good amount of time. Oh, your system is like 96 pulls on average, is it? Yeah. Yeah, so like for me, you know what it is with Wuthering Waves, and this goes back to what you guys are saying about hating the weapon banner. I lost my 50-50 on Cantarella, but my luck on Wuthering Waves is it's okay. It's not spectacular, but like more often than not, I win my 50-50, and if I lose my 50-50, I usually get the character like you know, like within 20-30 pulls after the loss of the 50-50. But the weapon banners for me, hard pity pretty much every single time. You know, you're talking at least 65 pulls, at least, usually 70 plus pulls for me. And yeah, man, that's where all my asteroids go. Like, I just get murdered on the weapon banners every single time, and it's rough. It's really rough. So it's like, for me, having a guarantee on the weapon banner in Wuthering Waves really hasn't helped me much, because I've had to go almost 80 pulls every single time. Yeah. Right, lads, I'm gonna call it there. It's 20 to 12. I'm gonna go and see how Rosie's, and I might even pop to Tesco. But yeah, I just want to say, I like this game actually. I just really dislike the story. But we're gonna continue to play. I don't know what time I'm gonna be live tomorrow, because obviously, like I say, I've got some stuff to do in the garden and that. But I do plan to get live. I will probably play some more of this in Zenless Zone Zero tomorrow, and then maybe some Wuthering Waves on Sunday. We're going to be back to Arc Knights on Monday though, guys, okay? Back to the normal streams, and then try and get some second streams in the week and that. But yeah, we're going to give this more time. I want to give it more time. I think I owe it the game, because there's something here that's like kind of pulling me back in, you know what I mean? Yes, I am, Reldon. Yeah, I am. Yeah. I'm gonna try IS. I want to do some drip nights next week as well. I want to do some drip nights. We're gonna do some more lore reactions as well. We're gonna check out the plus minus video, and we're gonna watch some Quasar MLG as well. Have a plan? Do you gonna pull in Arc Knights yet? I really want to get the Lappy Altar. I really want to get the Lappy Altar, Ken. After seeing the video for Lappy, I really like the look of her. Like, Vina Victoria's fucking cool, man. But after seeing Lappy, I'm like, damn, I want that. Am I doing my annihilations? I haven't done it since the other day. Thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. still haven't done the cheeky temple. No, I bottled it. I bottled it. I was like, no, I'm gonna hold off, man. I'm gonna hold off. Can't go wrong with anniversary and half anniversary banners. Yeah, yeah. Just watching the character stuff the other day, like, even like minus her kit seems really good. Like, she's just really cool as well. Which I know with Arknights, like, even though like there's lots of different ways to play the game, it's not like it's like Wuthering Waves where it's like, oh, you know, I don't care, I'm pulling for the waifu meta. But like, yeah, man, I really like how the way she looks and the wolf animations and stuff like that. It's really cool.
Don't leave my sight.
Yeah, thank you, T. I appreciate you
obligated
reminding me about
to
that. I'd forgot, honestly. You can get around 40 pulls in total during the Lappy event and up to 50 if you can clear everything and get all the LP. Right, okay. We just threw 50 pulls at Vina and got her. Nice, let's go. Yeah, I really would like to get her, man. Like, I'm not going to lie, you know, the other day I was contemplating chucking a bit of cash at Arknights, but I was like, I'm going to be good, because at the minute I really want to get Trigger as well. And, I might, I don't know yet. I've got to hold off, because the anniversary of Wuthering Waves is coming up. The anniversary of Zenless is coming up, but I'm like, I don't want to spend any money at the moment in case those anniversaries tempt me to just spend a little bit. So I'm kind of holding off. I'm trying to be good. But yeah, that's what I was thinking about grabbing Relden, because kind of I do that pretty much in I've got that on at Zenless at the minute. I do it pretty much every month on Wuthering Waves. I haven't for the last 2 weeks on Wither though. Do you know what? I haven't played Wither properly for a bit actually. I jumped on the other day and did that new finished off that, got the 120 stress modules on the new Crisis trial thing. That was good actually. I really like that. If you could be spending the anniversary as 6-star selectors for around 30 bucks every year. Oh really? Okay. I don't mind chucking about that much at you. Like when it comes to spending on these games, I'm like, you know, I've spent probably about 250 quid, round about, maybe a little bit less on Wuthering Waves since launch. I've probably spent 30 on Zenless, maybe a little bit more. Probably spent in the entirety of playing Star Rail probably like 40 quid, about 30 quid on Genshin. You know, so like I don't spend much. I got about 150 on Vina because I got a Genosis, Milnar, and Illness Spook. $5 card gives 10 pulls every month. Dolphin territory. I picked up Illness last year off that selector. Yeah. Alright, guys. Appreciate you hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Sorry it took so long to figure out
obligated
getting the game running. He just clicked with me after a bit. I was like, maybe it is that virtualization thing that probably got turned off on the restart when we installed LD Player. That was probably it. I'm glad we've sorted that though, because the game's a lot more playable now. So yeah, tomorrow at some point I will be back live. I'm not going to give you a time, but Monday back to normal streams, guys. So yeah, appreciate you hanging out. I will catch you all later. If I don't see you over the weekend, have a great weekend. Stay safe. And I'll see you all later, guys. Ta-ra.